Welcome back. Here's the latest on Good Day Chicago just before 6 a.m.
There's a recall involving portable power banks and wireless charging stands. The Belkin products were sold at big box stores nationwide and online. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says that the lithium-ion battery in the products can overheat, potentially leading to fires or burns. If you do have one of these, make sure to stop using it and contact Belkin for a refund.
The ongoing outbreak of infant botulism has now impacted 31 babies. This is the outbreak connected to ByHeart Whole Nutrition Formula. Botulism cases have been confirmed in 15 states, including Illinois. The source of contamination is not clear. ByHeart is telling people to get rid of any of its products.
Major retailers are extending their holiday return deadlines. For Macy's and Walmart, you can get a refund on purchases made from October to the end of the year. Just return the items by January 31st. Best Buy, they're accepting returns until January the 15th, and the return window at Target begins the day after Christmas. Amazon is also extending its holiday return period to the end of January.
NVIDIA, one of Wall Street's most influential stocks, beat earning expectations this week. While Wall Street expected its sales to bring in roughly $55 billion, NVIDIA brought in $57 billion, signaling that spending on AI is not slowing down. Its stock rose more than 4% following the report's release.
Experts are sharing some advice on what people can do to protect themselves and avoid online retailer scams. One of the latest scams is people using things like deep fakes or stolen influencer content to make so-called exclusive deals look legitimate. Shoppers should also avoid public Wi-Fi while shopping online because public networks are easy for hackers to monitor.
Now at 6, a man is facing charges after a woman was set on fire on a CTA train, and he has a lengthy criminal history.
2 Chicago police officers were injured in an overnight crash. We're going to have the latest on their conditions.
President Trump signs the bill to release the Jeffrey Epstein files, when those files could be made public.
And taking a live look outside this morning, Mike says we are in for another gloomy day, unfortunately.
But it's warm and cozy here on Good Day Chicago. Thanks for joining us. I'm Natalie Bumke.
I'm Anthony Ponce. Grab a hot mug of coffee or tea. Get cozy with us. Let's check in with Mike to see how long this cold November rain will be sticking around.
That could be a song.
Yeah, that could be a song.
It's sprinkling out there. We've got fog. I went peppermint mocha today just to kind of embrace the oncoming season out there. But you see those low clouds. Let's reverse the view here. Look back at the city. You can barely see it through the fog out there. And this is going to be the case most of the day. Gray skies, low ceilings. Temperatures bumping up a few degrees from where we are now. 45 with patchy drizzle at 9. Still cloudy at noon. Gray skies, maybe drizzle at 4 o'clock. Temperatures are at least above freezing. These are the current numbers. 43 at Midway, O'Hare, and the Lakefront, and Gary, and Kankakee and Morris. Headed for the upper 40s later this afternoon. Let's take a ride over to Gabriela Primus and get a check on those commute times.
Mike, looking pretty normal for this time on a Thursday morning. 30 minutes on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown. Calling it 30 minutes on your way outbound as well. 30 minutes on the Eisenhower, 35 minutes on the Stevenson, 25 minutes on the Dan Ryan. A little more heavy than we're used to at this time of morning. So let's take a look near 35th. You can see those express lanes especially are seeing some stop and go as you go into the city. Nothing to be aware of on your trains. Looking smooth there. I'll keep you updated on everything that's going on. I'll send it back to you, Natalie.
Thank you, Gabby. Developing overnight, 2 Chicago police officers are recovering after a crash in Gage Park. Happened just after midnight on West 51st near Washtenaw. Police say the officer's squad car was rear-ended, causing them to lose control and hit a semi. One officer has a head injury but is in good condition. A second officer has facial injuries and is in fair condition. A 22-year-old woman who hit the police car was seriously hurt and is in custody. A passenger is also in critical condition. The driver of that semi is okay.
A man is facing federal charges after he allegedly set a woman on fire on a CTA train. Roseanne is live with more on his lengthy criminal history. Roseanne?
Anthony, Lawrence Reed is now charged with terrorism on mass transit, but is one in a string of charges he has faced. He's also been charged with setting a fire before over at the Thompson Center just ahead of a news conference by Governor Pritzker. Now, since 2017, Reed has been charged with everything from criminal damage to property to possession of a controlled substance and battery for punching women in the face. Surveillance footage that shows Reed buying gasoline shortly before the CTA attack. And federal prosecutors say CTA video shows him confront the victim from behind and pour gasoline on her. They say she tried to run, but he caught up and used a flaming bottle to set her on fire. The 26-year-old victim is still fighting for her life.
Seen reports that there was an altercation or that there was some kind of disagreement or argument that took place. Those statements are inaccurate and false. She was on her phone.
All right, U.S. attorneys say the attack was unprovoked and horrific. Now, they also say that Reed will not get any more second chances. He faces a life sentence in this case. Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32 Chicago. Back to you.
Unbelievable. All right, thank you so much, Roseanne. A big break in the Jeffrey Epstein saga. President Trump has signed the bill to release the Epstein files.
Brian is here in studio with the latest developments. Brian.
Now that that bill has been signed, this now gives the Department of Justice 1 month to publish the documents in a searchable format. Last week, President Donald Trump ordered for Attorney General Pam Bondi to look into ties between Democrats and convicted sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. So far, she is not saying what she found, but she is pledging to be open with the American people throughout this process.
When these files come out, and they will, it's going to shock the conscience of this country because the survivors have told us that there are a lot of people implicated.
The goal for Democrats in this one has been to get Donald Trump. And I got news for them. They're not going to get Donald Trump. They're going to get a lot of their own.
President Trump was friends with Epstein, but has consistently said that he did not know of his crimes and cut ties with him a long time ago. The Attorney General could redact the names of the survivors in the documents to avoid the victims being identified. Natalie?
Brian, final farewells to former Vice President Dick Cheney will take place today at the Washington National Cathedral. Former President and Cheney's running mate George W. Bush will give a tribute, as well as his daughter, former Congresswoman Liz Cheney. Former President Biden also expected to attend. However, President Trump will not. Cheney died earlier this month. He was regarded as one of the most powerful vice presidents in U.S. history.
A federal appeals court in Chicago is halting a use of force ruling related to Operation Midway Blitz. A lower court recently ruled to restrict force in the immigration enforcement operations, but the latest ruling overturned that for now, saying it was too broad and put too many restrictions on the entire executive branch, including President Trump. Indiana is sending about 300 National Guard members to D.C. starting in December. They will relieve out-of-state troops who have been deployed there since August from states like West Virginia, Ohio, and South Carolina. Roster data show that around 1,300 out-of-state guardsmen on top of almost 1,000 members from the D.C. National Guard are currently patrolling the nation's capital.
Police are investigating after several businesses were broken into in Hyde Park. This all happened early Tuesday morning. We have surveillance video here from Huarache's Mexican restaurant. The owner says they got away with $200, and he says it comes at a time when they were already struggling with a decrease in business because of immigration enforcement. Chicago police say 4 other businesses were also burglarized all along the 1600 block of East 55th and 56th Streets. No arrests have been made.
All right, Pope Leo is gifted with his very own beer. Governor Pritzker arrived at the Vatican on Wednesday bearing gifts. The Catholic News Service of Rome says he gave the Pope a 4-pack of Da Pope. That is a mild ale. It is created in honor of Pope Leo by Burning Bush Brewery in North Center. You can see the Chicago flag on the Pope's can of beer there. Pope told Pritzker he'd put them in the fridge. It's worth noting. $1 made from each DePope 4-pack is donated to Common Pantry. So it's all for a good cause.
Good. Yes, I had to go. I didn't know, was the Pope allowed to drink anything
What
other
is
than
the
wine?
protocol on that?
Yes, they are allowed to drink alcohol.
I'm wondering if those are just going to stay in the fridge or,
Nope.
you know, at the end of a
Pop one open.
crack one.
After the Bears victory.
Right. It depends on how well they do against the Steelers, I think, is
right.
whether or not that case
Whether
will
he
be
drinks
gone.
one or all four, is that what you're saying there? Yeah, we'll see about that. But the Pope beer, how about that? All right, we have the cruddy weather out there right now. It is low cloud cover, drizzle, fog. Let's deal with it here. The sun's going to come out, especially this weekend. There may be a few peaks tomorrow, but today we're stuck in it. So I'm calling it permadrab. Gray skies continue with some drizzle today, like we're seeing now. Small chance of actual rain tomorrow afternoon and evening south of I-80. Most of Chicagoland, nope. Finally, some sun this weekend. Highs both days in the 50s, with Sunday being the warmer of the two. At O'Hare, 43. This little icon here, that is drizzle coming down at O'Hare. We have a light south-southwest wind blowing at 5 miles per hour. If we had a stronger wind, we might be able to stir up the atmosphere and disperse some of this low cloud cover out there. 43, pretty common number. O'Hare, Lakefront, Midway, Morris, Kankakee, and Gary. And if you're not 43, you're pretty close. This is the visibility, and Valparaiso still has the worst of it with a quarter mile at the airport. Midway has now dropped under 2 miles, and you're seeing the farther west you go in general, the lower those visibility numbers are. At this point, no dense fog advisory expected, but you may encounter some of these low ceilings here this morning and maybe even into the afternoon and evening hours as well. A cool down. When might that happen? I'll let you know in just a few.
Thank you, Mike. Well, some good news on the health of New York Jets player Chris Boyd after he was shot in New York City last weekend. We'll be right back.
Goodman.
Two Chicago police officers are recovering this morning after a crash.
This happened early this morning. Gage Park neighborhood. Squad car driven by officers was rear-ended, causing them to lose control, then hit a semi-trailer. One officer suffered a head injury, said to be okay. The second suffered facial injuries and is right now in fair condition. The 22-year-old driver of the car that hit the squad car is now in custody.
Charges have been filed against a man in connection to that arson attack on a CTA train. These are a variety of mugshots of the same person, 50-year-old Lawrence Reed, facing terrorism charges. He's accused of dousing a woman with gasoline on a Blue Line train Monday night and setting her on fire.
Funeral services will be held today for former VP Dick Cheney. Former President Bush and several other dignitaries will attend this tribute that's happening at the National Cathedral. Former President Biden is also expected to attend this, although President Trump will not be there.
The Trump administration is reportedly working with Russia on a new 28-point plan to end the war in Ukraine. Reports say the proposal aims to build on President Trump's recent Gaza deal and could reset security arrangements across Europe. The New York Times says the plan calls for Ukraine to give up land and cut the size of its army. And there were new Israeli strikes in portions of the Gaza Strip and Lebanon. In southern Gaza, Palestinians were rushed to hospitals Wednesday after the IDF said it hit militants who had attacked its troops along the Lebanon border. Israel is striking Hezbollah weapon sites there. Meanwhile, President Trump continues to work with the international community to move forward with the second phase of the peace plan between Israel and Hamas.
The Justice Department is hitting another hurdle in its case against former FBI Director James Comey. Yesterday, interim U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, Lindsay Halligan, admitted in court that the grand jury never actually saw the final indictment before it was handed up to a magistrate judge. One former federal judge says that is a serious problem.
President Trump says he will meet with New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani at the White House tomorrow. Mamdani defeated former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo in the mayoral race earlier this month. Trump has slammed Mamdani, labeling the Democratic Socialist as a communist. He's also threatened to deport him. He was born in Uganda, and also threatened to pull funding from the city.
A positive update this morning on the health of New York Jets cornerback Chris Boyd. Boyd made his first public comment since being shot over the weekend. He posted on Instagram that he's starting to breathe on his own. He underwent a number of procedures to remove a bullet from his lungs. He had been out with his friends in New York City when he was shot during an altercation with a group right outside a restaurant early Sunday morning. All right, 6:14, time to check back in with Mike on how Thursday is going to be. Sounds like it's another gloomy one outside, sir.
It is. It's drizzly, it's foggy, it's cloudy. It's just not very pretty out there, unfortunately. Let's take a look at the radar. I've got it set up here in kind of the most sensitive mode. Not everything that you see on here is actual drizzle. Some of this is wind farms showing up. Some of it is what we call anomalous propagation, just stuff like trees bouncing off the radar beam. But where you see things moving from left to right, that's some drizzle, and we have drizzle in the area. There's also some pretty low visibility numbers. Valparaiso, past hour or so, has been down there at a quarter mile. At Midway, 1.75 miles. O'Hare, 2 miles of visibility, but everybody's really murky. Take a look at the city, if you can see it. Maybe the bottom of the buildings, that's about it. These low clouds are going to be with us most of the day. Temperatures are at least mild enough. We're not worried about anything freezing out there. We'll make it up to 47 for the high. That's actually pretty much normal for this time of year. Southwest winds, light speeds at 5 to 10, and you're going to see some occasional fog and drizzle. Tonight, can't rule out some drizzle again. Low temperatures only going down 5 degrees from today's high. Tomorrow, fighting chance, sitting points north to see some sunshine, but it will end up being mostly cloudy. If there's some rain tomorrow, I'm going south of I-80 in the afternoon and evening. Saturday and Sunday, looking just fine. Partly to mostly sunny both days, with Sunday being a little warmer with a 55. Next storm system, Rainmaker, Monday night into Tuesday, ahead of a cool down the day before Thanksgiving, 45. And maybe a little bit chillier than that on Turkey Day itself. Let's take a look at some of those foggy camera shots on Gabriella's chart there.
Mike, I wanted to see what we could find to give you an idea of what your roads are looking like. And yes, over in the southwest suburbs, I-80 where it meets I-355, you're seeing some haziness, as Mike is has been saying, and some of that headlight glare that's going on as well as over on Northwest Indiana, I-80-94 near Grand Boulevard. There's a live look at that. Also, I grabbed I-290 at Ridgeland just because, again, you could see some of that headlight glare. It looks like people are taking a little extra time this morning, knowing that there might be some patches of low visibility. We'll keep you updated on travel times here, but I do want to talk about a crash that was just cleared northbound I-57 near 111th Street. It was blocking a couple lanes. Now it's been relocated over to Halstead, so hopefully we should see some of the stop-and-go traffic clear up. I'll send it back to you.
All right. Thank you, Gabby.
And now we wait. President Trump has signed the bill forcing the Justice Department to release the Jeffrey Epstein files.
The Attorney General now has 30 days to comply, but as Douglas Zader reports from Washington, this may not be the end of the debate.
And America is actually stronger than it's ever been before.
President Trump yesterday at an investment forum talking about what he really wants to focus on now, the economy. And last night, away from the cameras, he signed the bill that he saw as a clear distraction. The order from Congress for the Justice Department to release nearly all it has on the late, disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. And Congress passed it easily with bipartisan support, but the president suggested Democrats will regret it. Posting on Truth Social last night, this latest hoax will backfire on the Democrats just as all of the rest have. And Epstein, accused of sex trafficking and abusing minors before his death, had ties with both Democrats and Republicans, including the president.
We will continue to follow the law, again, while protecting victims, but also providing maximum transparency.
Attorney General Pam Bondi only saying she will follow the law, but she may redact or refuse to turn over some documents, citing ongoing investigations.
We are not done. No way.
Democrats promised to keep pressing for the release. Republicans say Democrats sat on those files for years.
The Biden Department of Justice had the files the entire time. And not a single one of the people who are so loud and animated right now, they never said anything about it for all those 4 years.
All right, Douglas Zader joining us live from Washington this morning. Doug, we've been talking about this with you for so long, but tell us once again, what sort of redactions to these files can we anticipate?
Well, things like victims' names, of course, would be redacted, some witnesses as well. That would be the redaction. So that would be, when we see the documents, kind of the blacked out sections. But beyond that, some of these documents may be completely withheld if they're relevant to an ongoing investigation. And of course, we know that the president just asked the Justice Department to launch an investigation into Epstein's possible relationships and dealings with prominent Democrats. So we don't know what's going to be released at the end of this 30-day period now.
Does it seem to you like the Justice Department would have essentially carte blanche to create perhaps investigations so that they can strategically or cherry pick their redactions to fit whatever narrative they want?
Well, critics are certainly going to see it that way. How do you define whether something is actually related to an investigation? I mean, ultimately, just about anything, I suppose, could be argued to be related to an investigation. So we're going to have to see what's released here. The law that was passed by Congress and signed into law by the president does allow for some of those exceptions, but the administration or the Justice Department is not supposed to make any of these determinations based on whether someone would be embarrassed by the revelations beyond victims.
Okay, we'll see how this all shakes out. Doug, thank you, sir. We appreciate it as always.
Thank you.
All right, there are growing concerns over a new strain of the flu that is spreading rapidly in other parts of the world. We'll talk more about that when we come back. 6:23, another gloomy one underway, Chicago. We're going to check in with Mike in just a moment on when the sun will make its return. Hint, this weekend. All right, officials at St. Anthony Hospital say a data breach earlier this year exposed the personal info of not only patients but staff as well. The Sun-Times says a small number of employee accounts were hacked back in February. The hospital says it has not been notified of anyone infected, but would contact anyone whose information was leaked. The hospital said it's working with a cybersecurity firm now to investigate. Now, in the meantime, patients can place fraud alerts or security freezes on their credit files. Illinois has a settlement in a rent pricing scheme that involves the largest landlord in the country. The deal totals $7 million. Greystar manages about 950,000 units. Attorneys general in 9 different states say that Greystar shared rent info and used a pricing tool that relied on data from other landlords to drive up housing costs across the country. This settlement bars Greystar from ever using that tool and from sharing sensitive rent details with their competitors.
Medical experts concerned about a new strain of the flu. A new version of H3N2 is causing outbreaks in the United Kingdom and Canada, sending people to the hospital. Health officials say the virus acquired 7 new mutations over the summer, which means it is different from this year's flu vaccine. The most recent report from the CDC found flu activity is low here in the U.S., but it is increasing. People around the world are eating so much ultra-processed food, experts are warning of a global health threat. Papers published in The Lancet link ultra-processed food, like products with artificial coloring and preservatives, to chronic conditions. This includes not only conditions like obesity and diabetes, but depression and gastrointestinal diseases. The report finds more than half of Americans' daily calories include ultra-processed foods, and sales of the products grew to $1.9 trillion in 2023.
It's not more expensive to eat healthier, but very often it's the only thing that people have access to.
Researchers also found that vegetarians eat the most processed food, often believing they're getting a healthier option. But actually, the ingredients are ultra-processed. Researchers say governments need to step up and include warnings and higher taxes on highly processed foods.
A former Olympic snowboarder turned alleged drug kingpin has joined the FBI's 10 most wanted list. Federal officials added charges against Ryan Wedding. They include murder, witness tampering, money laundering, and drug trafficking. The reward for information leading to his arrest was also increased to $15 million. Wedding was an Olympic snowboarder for Canada, and right now he is believed to be in Mexico.
That's a wild story.
Is.
Tighter security measures coming to the Louvre following last month's jewelry heist. During a security hearing in Paris yesterday, the museum's director announced 100 new surveillance cameras, a mobile police station, and a new security coordinator position. 7 people have been arrested in connection with the $100 million heist, but only one piece of jewelry has been recovered. And a Frida Kahlo painting set to be sold could break records. The painting is known as The Dream. It's expected to go for anywhere between $40 to $60 million.
Oh.
It'll be up for auction at Sotheby's in New York. And that price point would make it the most expensive work sold by a female artist. Art historians say the art comes with a price tag, a pricey tag, because Mexican national heritage laws protect many of Kahlo's works.
Very cool. And we actually may visit the Frida Kahlo Museum in the next few days. Mike, we're headed down on a family trip to Mexico City with another family.
Wow.
And I understand that location is not far from where we're staying. So we'll see. Frida.
Would you be inclined to share some photos?
Yes,
from
absolutely. Yeah,
Ciudad de Mexico?
We're going to visit Teotihuacan.
Oh, yes, I've been there. I've been there.
Fun, Anthony.
Isn't that cool?
Yes.
Yeah.
We want to see all those photos.
Very cool, very cool. Hopefully you'll have better skies than we have out here right now. It's another murky day here. Cloud cover, drizzle, fog, bleh. But there is some sunshine in my forecast. I'll share that news with you when we come back.
Hi, I'm
Good morning, everybody. It is 6:30. We thank you for joining us here on Good Day.
And here's some of the stories we're following for you this morning. This is a follow-up to a story we've been covering. A man is facing charges, and this is a series of his own mugshots after a woman was set on fire on a CTA train. He has a lengthy criminal history.
2 Chicago police officers were injured in a crash overnight. We're going to have the latest on their conditions.
President Trump signs the bill to release the Jeffrey Epstein files when those files could be made public.
And before we get to all that, let's check in with Mike Kaplan. Not much of a view, sir.
What are you talking about? I see the lake. I see a couple lights reflecting there. I'm trying to put a positive spin on this. Hey, you want a view? Take a look at what I've got queued up over here. Follow me over here. Look at what we can see from 875 North Michigan Avenue.
Wow.
Isn't that impressive there? Yeah, all right, well, let's see what we can get from Willis Tower. Is that any better? No, it is just, we're stuck in it. Shed Aquarium view, you can at least, there's a bird flying, I see that. But even at the bottom of the buildings, we have low cloud. It is murky out there, boys and girls. Temperatures are at least well above freezing. We have 40-something going. 42, Chicago Heights, Maryville, Valparaiso, O'Hare with 43. At Waukegan, it is 42. Today, we're going to top out at 47, and the clouds are going nowhere. There may be some patchy drizzle from time to time as well. Let's check it over to Gabriela to see where that traffic looks actually like
better camera.
That's looking good there.
It's okay. Yeah, this is Rosemont. We're taking a look at the Jane Addams, the Tri-State here, as well as that long 190 ramp that takes you to the O'Hare terminal. Speaking of the airports, I have been checking on maybe some delays due to the low visibility that we're seeing around our area. Nothing to worry about at Midway, and I don't see any delays either at O'Hare closer to here. Let's take a look at those drive times, though. If you are heading out to the airport, it's around 30 minutes. Going inbound from the airport to the city, 35 minutes. Most of your traffic is before the junction. 40 minutes on the Eisenhower, 41 as well on the Stevenson from 355 to DuSable Lakeshore Drive, and a full 35 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn Interchange. I don't know what it is about this week, but Dan Ryan and Stevenson, they are heavy. Let's talk about this crash over in Carroll Stream. It's Gary Avenue and St. Charles Road. Not really causing a lot of backup here, but crews are on scene working this out. I'll send it back to you, Nat.
Thank you, Gabby. Developing overnight, 2 Chicago police officers are recovering after a crash in Gage Park. Happened just after midnight on West 51st near Washtenaw. Police say the officer's squad car was rear-ended, causing them to lose control and hit a semi. One officer has a head injury. They are in good condition. A second officer has facial injuries and is in fair condition. A 22-year-old woman, the one who rear-ended the police car, was seriously hurt and is in custody. A passenger is in critical condition. The driver of the semi is okay.
A man is facing federal charges after he allegedly set a woman on fire on a CTA train.
Roseanne is live with more on his lengthy criminal history. Roseanne?
Yes, and he has set a fire before. He was charged with setting a fire in the Thompson Center years ago before Governor Pritzker was about to speak at a podium. Now, that's just one in a long list of arrests. Since 2017, 50-year-old Lawrence Reed has been charged with everything from criminal damage to property, possession of a controlled substance, and battery for punching women in the face. Surveillance footage shows Reed buying gasoline shortly before the CTA attack, and prosecutors say CTA video shows him confronting the victim from behind and pouring gasoline on her. We can't show you the worst parts of that video. They say she tried to run, but he caught up and used a flaming bottle to set her on fire. That 26-year-old victim is still fighting for her life.
Lawrence Reed had no business being on the streets given his violent criminal history and his pending criminal cases. Reed had plenty of second chances by the criminal justice system, and as a result, you have an innocent victim in the hospital fighting for her life. Because of the swift action of CPD, ATF, and our law enforcement partners, there will be no other chances for Mr. Reed.
Amon says the agency's thoughts and prayers are with the victim and her family. Reed, meantime, faces life in prison if convicted. At Clark and Lake this morning, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
Thank you, Roseanne. Boy, a big break in the Jeffrey Epstein saga. President Trump has signed the bill to release the Epstein files.
Let's check in with Brian, who is in studio with the latest developments here. Brian.
Well, none of that bill has been signed. This gives the Department of Justice 1 month to publish documents in a searchable format. Last week, President Trump ordered Attorney General Pam Bondi to look into ties between Democrats and convicted sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. So far, though, she's not saying what she found, but she is pledging to be open with the American people throughout this process.
When these files come out, and they will, it's going to shock the conscience of this country because the survivors have told us that there are a lot of people implicated.
The goal for Democrats in this one has been to get Donald Trump. And I got news for them. They're not going to get Donald Trump. They're going to get a lot of their own.
President Trump was friends with Epstein, but has consistently said that he did not know of his crimes and that he cut ties with him long ago. The Attorney General, though, could redact the names of the survivors in those documents to make sure the victims are not identified. Natalie?
Brian, final farewells to former Vice President Dick Cheney will take place today at the Washington National Cathedral. Former President and Cheney's running mate, George W. Bush, will give a tribute, as well as his daughter, former Congresswoman Liz Cheney. Former President Biden's also expected to attend. However, President Trump will not. Cheney died earlier this month. He was regarded as one of the most powerful vice presidents in U.S. history.
A federal appeals court in Chicago is halting a use of force ruling related to Operation Midway Blitz. A lower court recently ruled to restrict force in the immigration enforcement operation, but the latest ruling overturned that, at least for now, saying that it was too broad and put too many restrictions on the entire executive branch, including President Trump. Meantime, Indiana is sending about 300 National Guard members to D.C. starting in December. They're there to relieve some out-of-state troops who've been deployed to D.C. since August. They're from states like West Virginia, Ohio, and South Carolina. Roster data show around 1,300 out-of-state guardsmen on top of almost 1,000 members of the D.C. National Guard are currently patrolling the nation's capital.
Police are investigating after several businesses were broken into in Hyde Park. This all happened early Tuesday morning. This is surveillance footage from Huarache's Mexican restaurant. The owner says they got away with $200. He says this comes at a time when they were already struggling with a decrease in business because of immigration enforcement. Chicago police say 4 other businesses were also burglarized. They were all located along the 1600 block of East 55th and 56th Street. No arrests have been made.
On a more positive note, Pope Leo has been gifted his very own beer. Governor Pritzker arrived at the Vatican on Wednesday morning bearing gifts. Catholic News Service of Rome says he gave the Pope a 4-pack of the Pope beer. That's a mild ale. It was created in honor of Pope Leo by Burning Bush Brewery, the appropriate in Burning Bush Brewery that's in North Center. And if you look closely, you could see the Chicago flag on the Pope's version of the can. The Pope told Pritzker he'd put them in the fridge. He didn't commit to drinking the 4-pack, but he said he'd put them in the fridge, which is a good first step, right? And FYI, each 4-pack, $1 from every sale is donated to Common Pantry, so it's all good stuff.
That is really nice.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens with the Steelers game, as I said earlier, and if that 4-pack goes to a 0-pack with the Pope.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Well, here lately, every game has been, you know, how am I going to get through this? All right, here's the deal. Weather looks great at Soldier Field on Sunday. Should be plenty of sunshine, mild temperatures in the 50s, so good weather there. But man, we just cannot shake these clouds, at least one more day of them. Now, I want to show you this. This is the extended temperature outlook for an entire week. It starts Black Friday and goes into the first few days of December. And the overall weather pattern, which has for weeks and weeks and weeks been predominantly showing shades of orange and red, indicating warmer than normal temperatures here and really over much of the country, there's a change. Looks like a pattern change toward colder weather as we head into early December. Too early to start predicting whether there's going to be any big snowstorms with it, but it definitely looks like we've got some chillier air. Generally speaking, this entire forecast features warmer than normal temperatures. Even this 47 today is pretty close to normal. Southwest winds at 5 to 10, some fog and drizzle under that cloudy sky. Tonight, cloudy. Patchy drizzle again, 42. Tomorrow, I think we've got a good chance for some at least peaks of sun, city and points north. I-80 and points south, you might get a little light rain late in the day. But the weekend looks good. 50 on Saturday, 55 on Sunday. We'll hit 55 again on Monday ahead of a storm system, which should bring some showers Monday night into Tuesday. And there is the start of that cool down next Wednesday's high, 45. Natalie?
All right, thank you, Mike. Plenty more to come here for you on Good Day Chicago. Why the government's case against former FBI director James Comey could now be on thin ice. Elon Musk says working could soon become optional as he talks about the future of AI. And The Simpsons are killing off another character. We'll explain when we come back.
You're watching.
We're so glad you're with us this Thursday morning here on Good Day Chicago. It is dreary out there, but a change is on the way. Maybe not today, but another day. The Trump administration reportedly working with Russia on a new 28-point plan to end the war in Ukraine. Reports say the proposal aims to build on President Trump's recent Gaza deal and could reset security arrangements across Europe. The New York Times says the plan calls for Ukraine to give up land and cut the size of its army. And there were new Israeli strikes in portions of the Gaza Strip and Lebanon. In southern Gaza, Palestinians were rushed to hospitals Wednesday after the IDF said it hit militants who had attacked its troops along the Lebanon border. Israel is striking Hezbollah weapons sites. Meanwhile, President Trump continues to work with the international community to move forward with the second phase of that peace plan between Israel and Hamas.
Cases of infant botulism linked to Byheart formula climbed to 31 across 15 different states. The affected Byheart products were recalled last week, but investigators say many are still on store shelves. Health officials warn parents to stop using any Byheart formula and seek help if babies show symptoms. One major symptom to look out for is difficulty swallowing.
Democratic Florida Congresswoman Sheila Sherfulis McCormick has been indicted for allegedly stealing $5 million in federal disaster funds. Prosecutors say the Democrat funneled some of the money to support her 2021 campaign through her family's health care company. Sherphyllis McCormick was CEO of Trinity Healthcare at the time. She has yet to comment on the indictment.
The Justice Department is hitting another hurdle in its case against former FBI Director James Comey. Yesterday, interim U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, Lindsay Halligan, admitted in court that the grand jury never saw the final indictment before it was handed up to a magistrate judge. One former federal judge says that is a serious problem.
President Trump says he will meet with New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani at the White House tomorrow. Mamdani defeated former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo in the mayoral race earlier this month. Trump has slammed Mamdani, labeling the Democratic Socialist as a communist. He's also threatened to deport Mamdani, who was born in Uganda, and also threatened to pull funding from the city of New York.
All right, we have a positive update this morning on the health of New York Jets cornerback Chris Boyd. He made his first public comment since he was shot over the weekend. He posted on Instagram saying that he's starting to breathe on his own. He has undergone a number of procedures. Get this, to remove a bullet from his lungs. He had been out with friends in New York City when he was shot during some kind of altercation with a group right outside a restaurant early Sunday morning. And it was an exciting finish for the Bulls in Portland. They needed a last-second shot to secure the win. We will show you those highlights when we come back.
Two Chicago police officers are recovering this morning after a crash.
Yes, it happened early this morning in Gage Park. The squad car, driven by the officers, it was rear-ended, caused those officers to lose control and then slam right into a semi-trailer. One officer suffered a head injury, said to be okay, but the second officer is suffering facial injuries and is still hospitalized in fair condition.
Charges have been filed against a man in connection to that arson attack on a CTA train that we've been reporting this week. This is 50-year-old Lawrence Reed, a series of mugshots, facing terrorism charges this morning. He's accused of dousing a woman with gasoline, chasing her down on a Blue Line train Monday night and setting her on fire.
Funeral services will be held today for former Vice President Dick Cheney. The former President George W. Bush, Cheney's running mate, will give a tribute. And former President Biden is also expected to attend, although President Trump will not be there.
All right, let's give you a live look at how glorious this day is, everybody. All right, Mike, what's going on out there?
Yeah, what you see is what you get. A lot of low clouds, fog, drizzle, no sunshine on the way today. But I do have sunshine in the forecast. It's just going to take a while to get there. There's a storm system missing us to the south. You can see some of the rain downstate. We're on the north edge of the thicker cloud cover associated with that. But we also have low cloudiness, which just doesn't want to go away because we have a temperature inversion. Usually as you get higher and higher in the sky, it gets colder. When there's a layer of warm air a few thousand feet up, that tends to put a cap on the moisture, and that's why we have fog, drizzle, and all these low clouds. Until that inversion is eroded, the clouds are going to hang in there. Now, our computer model, I'm sorry, I don't agree with it. It has clearing here this afternoon. It said this yesterday, and I didn't believe it, and I still don't believe it. However, tomorrow, I think we do have a much better chance of getting some sunshine, especially from the city and points north. If anybody's going to get a little bit of rain tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, I'm going south of I-80, and it won't be much. Majority of Chicagoland is going to miss out on any rainfall until maybe Monday night. Saturday, a brighter day with plenty of sunshine, and on Sunday, I think it's almost totally sunny with temperatures very mild for this time of year. Even this 47, as cool as that sounds, that's normal. Southwest winds at 5 to 10. You're not going to see any sunshine, and there'll be a little bit of patchy drizzle. Same story tonight, a 5-degree drop to 42. Then we'll hit 50 tomorrow and Saturday. Sunday up to 55. Nice weather at Soldier Field. We'll go for another 55 Monday. At night into Tuesday, storm system that'll bring us some rain. And following that, a downturn in temperatures just in time for Thanksgiving. All right, 6:52. Let's check back in with Gabriella and see, the visibility there at ground level doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, this is our Rosemont camera again. Honestly, I wanted to show it to you because we still see maybe a little bit of that headlight glare, but not much. Also, talking about the airports, we're not seeing any major delays due to some of the low visibility that we saw earlier this morning, so that's good. But near this area, eastbound on the Jane Addams at 2E, there's a crash reported, so it's slowing you down if you are headed into the city. And then you're going to be slowed down again once you pass the airport because of this crash. It's eastbound on the Kennedy, so inbound at Cumberland Avenue, and it's some stop-and-go traffic, but it looks like everything now is on the shoulder. That's one of the cars that was involved. Let's go down to I-80 because we have a crash that's been in the system here for the last 20 minutes or so. Westbound I-80 before 183rd Street, 2 left lanes are blocked in this case, and that's why we're seeing some more traffic starting closer to where it meets 294, and then also gate bridge delay if you're going eastbound in this spot too. Let's talk about trains, and it is Milwaukee District West, inbound train 2206, scheduled to arrive here in Chicago at 7:03, and may be operating up to 20 minutes behind. It's due to some freight train interference. Anthony.
All right, thank you, Gabby. Appreciate it. A former Olympic snowboarder turned alleged drug kingpin has joined the FBI's 10 most wanted list. Federal officials added charges against Ryan Wedding. They include murder, witness tampering, money laundering, and drug trafficking. The reward for info leading to his arrest was also increased to $15 million. Wedding was an Olympic snowboarder for Canada. Right now, he is believed to be in Mexico.
Tighter security measures coming to the Louvre following last month's jewelry heist. During a security hearing in Paris yesterday, the museum's director announced 100 new surveillance cameras, a mobile police station, and a new security coordinator position. 7 people have been arrested in connection with the $100 million heist, and only 1 piece of jewelry has been recovered.
All right, what if someone told you work was optional? Well, that is the prediction that Tesla CEO Elon Musk is making for the future. He thinks that AI and humanoid robots will change society in the next 10 to 20 years, saying that they will eliminate poverty.
My prediction is that work will be optional.
Optional.
Optional. So
we'll take that.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be like playing sports or a video game or something like that.
Meantime, Chinese startup company XPeng unveiled the latest design of its humanoid robot called Iron. XPeng plans to start mass production of Iron next year.
I'm still trying to sort through how we're going to make money if work is optional.
Right. Like, how does the economy function?
It's a follow-up
AI
question
does everything,
for Elon.
and we just reap the rewards, I guess.
NASA's releasing pictures of the third interstellar comet to be discovered in our solar system. Imaging devices aboard NASA's Mars spacecraft spotted and photographed this last month. The comet will be closest to Earth on December 19th, and NASA says you may be able to see it with binoculars or a telescope.
All right. Another character on The Simpsons is being killed off. Sorry, everybody. You're going to have to say your final goodbye to beloved Springfield church organist Alice Glick. Unfortunately, she died suddenly in the middle of a sermon during season 37 episode. It was called Sashes to Sashes on Sunday night. Now, she was originally voiced by Cloris Leachman until she passed in 2021. Another voice actress took over, Tress MacNeille. Leachman appeared on the cartoon for 35 years.
What do you know? All right, a Frida Kahlo painting set to be sold could break records. The painting is known as The Dream. It's expected to go for anywhere between $40 to $60 million. It'll be up for auction at Sotheby's in New York, and that price point would make it the most expensive work sold by a female artist. Art historians say the art comes with a pricey tag because Mexican national heritage laws protect many of Kahlo's works.
Very cool. All right, Governor Pritzker wasn't the only one to meet with Pope Leo at the Vatican. There he is. White Sox shareholder Justin Ishbia also met with the Pope, gave the Pope a White Sox jersey signed by the entire 2005 World Series championship team. You'll recall the Pope was in attendance for, I believe, game 1 or 2 of that World Series. Invited the Pope as well to come to Chicago to throw the first pitch out at Raitt Field. And a spokesperson for Ishbia says the Pope is actually into the idea. Doesn't sound like a commitment, but hey.
No, but if he's on board, I think they said when his schedule allows.
Yes.
So that, could mean a lot of things.
Right. We'll hope. All right, it was a wild finish for the Bulls in Portland. They trailed by 2 with just 7 seconds left in the game and turned the ball, put the ball in the hands of Nikola Vucevic.
Down to 5, down to 4. Game on the line right here. He takes Murray. He ducks under. Vooch for the win. Hey, Maine has done it again.
So nonchalantly as well. Well done. Vooch hit that last-second shot to give the Bulls a 1-point victory, 122 to 121, the final score there. Vooch finished with 27 points on the night. Now the Bulls, after a little bit of a losing streak there, they won 2 straight.
Way to go.
There we go. Hey.
All right, plenty more Good Days Chicago ahead. Keep it right here.
Remember.
Welcome back. The U.S. trade deficit dropped sharply in August, falling nearly 24% as President Trump's global tariffs pulled imports lower.
New numbers out show the gap shrunk to just under $60 billion. President Trump facing political pressure and a Supreme Court challenge over his trade policies.
All right, there will not be a full jobs report for the month of October. The Labor Department says the government shutdown made that impossible to calculate the unemployment rate and other key data. The September jobs report coming out later today, so that report will take on extra weight, so it'll have to kind of cover 2 months, with the Fed split over whether to cut interest rates again.
Good Day Chicago at 7 starts now.
Right now on Good Day Chicago here at 7 o'clock, a man is facing charges after a woman was set on fire on a CTA train, and this man has a lengthy criminal history.
2 Chicago police officers injured in a crash overnight, the latest on their conditions.
And President Trump signs the bill to release the Jeffrey Epstein files. When those files could be made public.
Let's take you live outside this morning, checking out the highways and byways, and at least things are moving smoothly. Glass half full right now.
I like it. Thank you for joining us here. Happy Thursday morning. It's 7 o'clock. Let's check in with Mr. Kaplan and figure out how long this cloud cover is going to stick around for.
It's getting old, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It is. I refer to it as permadrab.
Yeah.
And it's I don't think there's any chance of seeing sunshine today. Tomorrow, maybe. But over the weekend, it's looking good. So we just have to be patient. But today, another gloom fest out there. Patchy drizzle as well. We've got fog in spots. Temperatures comfortably above freezing, though. We've got 45 at 9 and noon. A little bit of drizzle, and our high temperature today should be around 47. At O'Hare, 43. We have a gentle south wind at 5 miles an hour. No real issue with the wind chill. Feels like 40 degrees currently. And temperatures below 40s area-wide. 43 at Gary and Midway. All right, Joliet, you're a little bit warmer with a 44. It's 41 at Woodstock and DeKalb, and also in Rensselaer. And visibility-wise, good news there. Valparaiso, you're off the Schneid there. You had been a quarter-mile visibility. You're up to 1 mile. Looks like Chicago Heights and DeKalb getting the worst of it there, less than 1 mile. Let's see what impact this lower visibility is having. Gabriella?
You know, Mike, we saw more of the impact early this morning, especially over on our southwest side and over northwest Indiana. Now we're looking a little more clear, just your normal traffic implications for this time Thursday morning. The 3 crashes I was talking about just my last report, eastbound on the Jane Addams near Toohey, as well as inbound on the Kennedy at Cumberland Avenue, a crash blocking just the right shoulder there. And then westbound on I-80 near 185th, we still have that crash hanging around. The new one in our system is over on the inbound side of the Eisenhower. It's near 25th, and it's causing some stop-and-go traffic. So let's check the travel time if you are heading into the city on the Eisenhower. A full 45 minutes from Route 390 all the way to the old post office. 145 as well on the Kennedy. 50 minutes on the Stevenson from 355 to DuSable Lakeshore Drive, and 35 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn Interchange. Natalie, back to you.
Thank you, Gabby. Developing overnight, 2 Chicago police officers are recovering after a crash in Gage Park. Happened just after midnight on West 51st near Washtenaw. Police say the officer's squad car was rear-ended, causing them to lose control and hit a semi. One officer has a head injury and is in good condition. A second officer has facial injuries and is in fair condition. A 22-year-old woman who was driving the car that rear-ended the police cruiser was seriously hurt and is now in custody. A passenger in that vehicle also in critical condition. The driver of the semi is okay.
A Chicago man is facing federal charges after authorities say he set a woman on fire on a CTA train.
Roseanne has more on his lengthy criminal history. Roseanne?
Yes, he is 50-year-old Lawrence Reed, and adding to that list, a long list of charges today, is terrorism on mass transit. He's been charged with setting a fire before, though, over at the Thompson Center, just before a news conference of Governor Pritzker's a few years back. Since 2017, Reed has been charged with everything from criminal damage to property to possession of a controlled substance to battery for punching women in the face. Now, surveillance footage shows Reed purchasing gasoline shortly before that CTA attack. And prosecutors say that CTA video shows him confront the victim from behind and pour gasoline on her. They say she tried to run, but he caught up and used a flaming bottle to set her on fire. CTA riders are just relieved to hear that authorities have their suspect.
I feel that the man should have never been on the street. He should have been arrested a long time ago. And the way we treat crime today, I don't understand it, because once somebody does something that horrific, they need not to be out of jail at all. There need to be some kind of institution or something that's pleasing to the people, that help those, to keep those that's safe, that's out here in the street.
Right.
And that's what we don't have. We don't have that.
A lot of people scratching their heads over this one. That 26-year-old victim is still in critical condition, the last we heard. And Reed now faces a prison sentence, life in prison. Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32 Chicago. Back to you.
So sad and tragic. Thank you so much, Roseanne. In the meantime, a big break in the Jeffrey Epstein files saga. President Trump has signed the bill to release the Epstein files.
Yes, Brian is here in studio with the latest developments. Brian.
Well, now that that bill has been signed, this gives the Department of Justice 1 month to publish the documents in a searchable format. Last week, President Trump ordered Attorney General Pam Bondi to look into ties between Democrats and convicted sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. So far, though, she is not saying what she found, but she is pledging to be open with the American people throughout this process.
When these files come out, and they will, it's going to shock the conscience of this country because the survivors have told us that there are a lot of people implicated.
The goal for Democrats in this one has been to get Donald Trump. And I got news for them. They're not going to get Donald Trump. They're going to get a lot of their own.
President Trump was friends with Epstein, but has consistently said that he did not know about his crimes and that they had cut ties long ago. The Attorney General could redact the names of the survivors in the documents to avoid any victim identification. Natalie?
Brian, final farewells to former Vice President Dick Cheney will take place today at the Washington National Cathedral. Former President and Cheney's running mate, George W. Bush, will give a tribute, as well as his daughter, former Congresswoman Liz Cheney. Former President Biden is expected to attend. However, President Trump will not. Cheney died earlier this month. He was regarded as one of the most powerful vice presidents in U.S. history.
A federal appeals court in Chicago is halting a use of force ruling related to Operation Midway Blitz. A lower court recently ruled to restrict force in the immigration enforcement operations. However, this latest ruling overturned that, at least for now, saying that it was way too broad and put way too many restrictions on the entire executive branch, including President Trump. Meantime, Indiana is sending about 300 National Guard members to D.C. This will start next month. They will be relieving out-of-state troops who have been deployed there in D.C. since August, and they came from states like West Virginia, Ohio, and South Carolina. Roster data show that around 1,300 out-of-state guardsmen, on top of the almost 1,000 members from the D.C. National Guard, are currently patrolling the nation's capital.
Police are investigating after several businesses were broken into in Hyde Park. This all happened early Tuesday morning. This is surveillance footage from Huarache's Mexican restaurant. The owner says they got away with $200. And this is a sad time here. It comes at a time when they were already struggling with a decrease in business because of immigration enforcement. Chicago police say 4 other businesses were also burglarized all along the 1600 block of East 55th and 56th Streets. No arrests have been made.
All right, Pope Leo has been gifted with his very own beer, everybody. Governor Pritzker arrived at the Vatican on Wednesday bearing gifts. And the Catholic News Service of Rome says he gave the Pope a 4-pack of the beer that's called De Pope. It's a mild ale. It was created in honor of Pope Leo by Burning Bush Brewery in North Center. And if you look closely at the Pope's attire there, you can see the Chicago flag on the Pope's stole. Right on the front of the can, the Pope told Pritzker he'd put them in the fridge. It's worth noting, though, each sale of that 4-pack, $1 of each sale will go toward Common Pantry.
All for a good cause.
Especially
there you
this
go.
time of year,
yes.
right?
All right, let's take you outside. You might need a nice beverage to warm you up out there.
Yeah, maybe something warm, not a cold brewski.
Right. Put on some rose-colored glasses because this is a mess, Mike Kaplan.
Oh, it's dreary for sure. Should we be saying the name of that beer? Da Pope.
Da Pope.
Da Pope.
That's a better pronunciation
I think that's the way to
than
go.
what I gave.
All right, we've had Da Drizzle out there this morning, looking at it on radar. If anything, maybe the coverage of this has gone down a little bit, less of the area getting some of that sprinklage. There's still a little bit showing up here and there. Remember, not everything that's on here is actual precipitation. I've got this radar set in its most sensitive mode, so we're picking up pretty much everything. Sometimes a radar beam bounces off of trees and buildings nearby, and that creates something called anomalous propagation. But where we see some of this stuff going from left to right on your screen, that's legit drizzle. And we certainly have legit fog in the area. Look at these low clouds now down probably about 400 feet above the deck here in the city. And even though there's no dense fog advisory, Visibilities at the airport's kind of fluctuating a mile or two in most areas, but there might be some spots where the visibility gets down a little bit lower. 3 miles of visibility at O'Hare isn't too bad. We're up to a mile at Valparaiso, but Chicago Heights and DeKalb now less than 1 mile visibility. So you might encounter a few spots, especially river valleys, low-lying areas, where that fog gets a little bit thicker. Current temperatures, 40-something, got 42 at Woodstock, Waukegan, Aurora, Chicago Heights, Merrillville, and Valparaiso. Not much of a temperature variation anywhere in Chicagoland, nor will there be today. 47 for the high. That's about normal for this time of year, despite the fact we'll have no sunshine at all. Patchy drizzle and fog, especially, I think, in the morning, and then maybe again tonight. Now, let's look at the 7-day forecast. We need some sun. Tomorrow, especially City Points North, maybe a few peaks of sun. Afternoon and evening, south of I-80, there could be a little light rain coming in late in the day or at night. But the weekend looks good. 50, becoming mostly sunny on Saturday. Then it will be mostly sunny on Sunday with a high of 55. Next chance of rain arriving Monday night and Tuesday. Back to you.
Thank you, Mike. After months of verbal attacks on both sides, President Trump will now be meeting with New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani. We'll be right back.
It's the year-end.
.13 and 2 Chicago police officers are recovering this morning after a crash.
This happened early this morning in Gage Park. It was a squad car driven by these officers, wound up being rear-ended, causing the officers to lose control and then slam right into a semi-trailer. One of the officers suffered a head injury and is said to be okay. The second suffered face injuries and is in fair condition. The 22-year-old driver of the car that hit the squad car, she is now in custody.
Charges have been filed against a man in connection to that arson attack on a CTA train. This is 50-year-old Lawrence Reed. He is facing terrorism charges. He's accused of dousing a woman with gasoline on a Blue Line train on Monday night and setting her on fire.
Funeral services will be held today for former Vice President Dick Cheney. Former President George W. Bush will give a tribute. Former President Biden is also expected to be in attendance there, although President Trump will not be in attendance. Other news, cases of infant botulism linked to By-Heart formula climbed to 31 cases across 15 different states. The affected By-Heart products were recalled last week, but investigators say many are still on store shelves. Health officials now warning parents to stop using any By-Heart formula and seek help if babies show any symptoms. One of the major symptoms here to look out for is difficulty swallowing.
Democratic Florida Congresswoman Sheila Sheriff Lewis McCormick has been indicted for allegedly stealing $5 million in federal disaster funds. Prosecutors say the Democrat funneled some of the money to support her 2021 campaign through her family's health care company. Sheriff Lewis McCormick was CEO of Trinity Healthcare at the time of this. She has yet to comment on the indictment.
The Justice Department is hitting another hurdle in its case against former FBI Director James Comey. Yesterday, the interim U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, Lindsay Halligan, admitted in court that the full grand jury never actually saw the final indictment before it was handed up to a magistrate judge. One former federal judge says that is a serious problem.
President Trump says he will meet with New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani at the White House tomorrow. Mamdani defeated former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo in the mayoral race earlier this month. Trump has slammed Mamdani, labeling the Democratic Socialists as a communist. He's also threatened to deport Mamdani, who was born in Uganda, and also threatened to pull funding from the city of New York.
We do have a positive update this morning on the health of New York Jets cornerback Chris Boyd. He made some public comments, at least via the internet, since being shot over the weekend, posting on Instagram that he is starting to breathe on his own. Underwent a number of procedures to remove a bullet from his lungs. He had been out with friends in New York City when he was shot during an altercation with a group outside a restaurant early Sunday morning. All right, 7:16. Mike Kaplan is standing by with yet another update on the weather situation. Sounds like we got a little waiting to do before we see the sun come out again.
Yeah, unfortunately, another gray day on the way. However, I want you to see some color.
Okay.
You ready for that? Take a look at this shot here from what we call our tower camera looking out over the bean. There is still a little bit of foliage action going on out there around the plaza. Still some color there, looks like in the maples. Hanging on. We will see mostly gray skies, though, today. I'm fingers crossed for some sunshine tomorrow. Much more confident in area-wide sunshine over the weekend. Current temperatures were in the low to mid 40s. Looks like Joliet's a warm spot with 44. Michigan City 41. Along the lakefront it's 43. Woodstock 42. So about a 2-degree spread across the area. Today, we're going to max out at 47, about the same as yesterday. You're going to see cloud cover all day long. There will be intermittent drizzle and fog at times, especially this morning. And that fog may come back into the picture here later tonight, along with a chance for drizzle. Low temperature only dropping off 5 degrees, though. Now, let's talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow's a day where I think from the city north, there's a chance of at least seeing some sunshine, enough to get us to 50. I-80 and Point South late in the day and at night, maybe a little bit of light rain. Then it looks good over the weekend. 50 with partly to mostly sunny skies on Saturday. 55 on Sunday. Got the Bears in action against Aaron Rodgers, maybe. Steelers definitely. And we'll have another 55 on Monday ahead of the next storm system, which will be a rainmaker Monday night into Tuesday, ahead of a little downturn in temperatures as we head towards Thanksgiving. Let's head towards Gabriella Primus for the traffic.
Hey, Mike, we have a couple of crash icons hanging around our system. You could ignore those. The only one that's still in place would be inbound on the Eisenhower near 25th. We still have that crash. That should be over on the right shoulder. But our drive time is looking at 50 minutes on the Eisenhower from Route 390 to the old post office. Despite that crash, actually, the traffic just starts at Wolf Road, so not prior to 294 all the way into there. And then it starts again closer to, it looks like, Harlem into the city. Also, 50 minutes on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown, 50 also on the Stevenson from 355 to DuSable Lakeshore Drive, 35 minutes on the Dan Ryan. Let's talk about trains. We were talking about earlier Milwaukee District West train. That has cleared. It was due to some freight train interference. We saw some delays, but on Metro Electric District, inbound train 204, it was scheduled for Chicago here at 7:02. It's operating at least 20 minutes behind, and it's due to slippery rails. Still trying to figure out what exactly that means. I have a note out to Metra. And then let's talk about the L trains, Red Line trains, Howard bound rails are standing at Monroe. It's due to a sick customer. It might also be impacting some other train lines as well. I'll give you an update here very soon. Natalie, back.
Thank you, Gabby. Plenty more to come here on Good Day Chicago. There are growing concerns over a new strain of the flu that is rapidly spreading. Why health experts are issuing a warning about ultra-processed foods, saying they are becoming a global health threat. And a holiday tradition returns this weekend. Jake has a preview of the magnificent Mile Lights Festival when we come back.
Chicago.
Welcome back. Officials at St. Anthony Hospital say a data breach earlier this year exposed the personal information of patients, staff, and other folks. The Sun-Times says a small number of employee accounts were hacked back in February. The hospital says it has not been notified of any specific patient affected, but would contact anyone whose information was leaked. The hospital says it is working with a cybersecurity firm to investigate. Now, in the meantime, patients can place fraud alerts or security freezes on their credit files. Illinois has a settlement in a rent pricing scheme that involves the largest landlord in the country. This deal totals $7 million. It involves Greystar, which manages about 950,000 units across America. Attorneys general in 9 different states say that Greystar shared rent information and used a pricing tool that relied on data from other landlords in order to drive up housing costs across the country. The settlement bars Greystar from ever using that tool and from sharing sensitive rent details with its competitors.
Medical experts are concerned about a new strain of the flu. A new version of H3N2 is causing outbreaks in the United Kingdom and Canada, sending people to the hospital. Health officials say the virus acquired 7 new mutations over the summer, which does mean it is different from this year's vaccine. The most recent report from the CDC found flu activity is low here in the U.S., but it is increasing. An uptick in ultra-processed food has scientists warning of a glowing global health threat. A series of papers published in The Lancet links ultra-processed food, like those with artificial coloring and preservatives, to chronic conditions, and not only conditions like obesity and diabetes, but depression and gastrointestinal diseases. The report finds more than half of Americans' daily calories include ultra-processed foods, and sales of the products grew to $1.9 trillion in 2023.
It's not more expensive to eat healthier, but very often it's the only thing that people have access to.
They think they are doing good for their health, while instead they are eating produces completely recomposed with many emulsifiers, flavors, and so on to look like salmon or meat.
So what that woman was referring to is this. Researchers found vegetarians eat the most processed food, even believing they're getting a healthier option. So she was saying, you know, they think they're eating better, but maybe not. Actually, the ingredients many times are ultra processed. Researchers suggest governments adopt taxes on sugary drinks and warning labels to reduce consumption.
A former Olympic snowboarder turned alleged drug kingpin has joined the FBI's 10 most wanted list. Federal officials added charges against a man named Ryan Wedding. He's from Canada. They include murder, witness tampering, money laundering, and drug trafficking. The reward for information leading to Wedding's arrest was also increased up to $15 million. Wedding was an Olympic snowboarder for Canada and is right now believed to be somewhere in Mexico.
Tighter security measures coming to the Louvre following last month's jewelry heist. During a security hearing in Paris yesterday, the museum's director announced 100 new surveillance cameras, a mobile police station, and new security coordinator position. 7 people have been arrested in connection with the $100 million heist. Only 1 piece of jewelry has been recovered.
Yikes. All right, what if someone told you work was optional? Well, that is Elon Musk's prediction for the future. He thinks AI and humanoid robots will change society in the next 10 to 20 years, saying that these robots and the AI will eliminate poverty.
My prediction is that work will be optional.
Optional.
Optional. So.
We'll take that.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be like playing sports or a video game or something like that.
Meantime, Chinese startup company XPeng unveiled the latest design of its humanoid robot. There you go, right there. Those robots are called Iron. XPeng plans to start mass production of Iron next year.
Okay, but if I'm going to be replaced, I want the Kung Fu robot at the beginning of the video that we showed. That's who I want to replace me.
Put me down for one of those, too. Okay, both of us.
All right, NASA's releasing pictures of the 3rd interstellar comet to be discovered in our solar system. Imaging devices aboard NASA's Mars spacecraft spotted and photographed it last month. The comet will be closest to Earth on December 19th, and NASA says you may be able to see it with binoculars or a telescope, Mike.
Yes, not naked eye, but if you have the right optical equipment, you might be able to spot that thing. Interesting, though, the whole no working.
Yeah.
Yep. What day does that start? All right, we're here working for you, and in the Weather Center, we have got low clouds, fog, drizzle outside, and the end of this perma-drab weather is in sight. I'll tell you when, coming up.
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. It's now 7:30.
We appreciate you joining us. Here are some of the headlines we're following for you as we get Thursday underway. 2 Chicago police officers, they're recovering after a crash in Gage Park. This happened just after midnight, right near the corner of West 51st and Washtenaw. Police say a woman rear-ended the officer's squad car. That caused the officers to lose control of the vehicle, then slam right into a semi. Both officers were hurt. They will recover, but that 22-year-old who was behind the wheel of the car that hit them is now in custody.
The Department of Justice now has 30 days to comply with a measure requiring the release of any and all files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. President Donald Trump signed the measure late Wednesday. It comes after the House Oversight Committee released thousands of emails from Epstein's estate, some of them including Governor J.B. Pritzker's cousin, Thomas Pritzker.
Former VP Dick Cheney's funeral is today. He passed away earlier this month from health complications. Several political figures, major ones, are expected to be in attendance at the Washington National Cathedral with planned tributes from former President George W. Bush and his daughter as well, former Congresswoman Liz Cheney.
A Chicago man is facing federal terrorism charges after authorities say he set a woman on fire on a CTA train.
Roseanne has more on his lengthy criminal history. Roseanne?
That's right. That 50-year-old Lawrence Reed has been charged with setting a fire before as well. It was over at the Thompson Center just before a COVID briefing that the governor was set to give. But that's just one in a long list of arrests. If we go back to 2017, he has been charged with everything from criminal damage to property to possession of a controlled substance and battery for punching women in the face. Surveillance footage that shows Reed buying gasoline shortly before the CTA attack, and prosecutors say CTA video shows him confront the victim from behind and pour gasoline on her. We can't show you the specific parts. They're too disturbing, but prosecutors say she tried to run and he caught her with that flaming bottle that he set on fire. The 26-year-old victim still fighting for her life in the hospital.
Lawrence Reed had no business being on the streets given his violent criminal history and his pending criminal cases. Reed had plenty of second chances by the criminal justice system, and as a result, you have an innocent victim in the hospital fighting for her life. Because of the swift action of CPD, ATF, and our law enforcement partners, there will be no other chances for Mr. Reed.
Commuters we've been talking to this morning are greatly relieved that this person has been captured, the suspect in this case, but they're still concerned and say there's still violent incidents on the CTA trains way too often. We'll be hearing from more of them in our next half hour. Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
All right, thank you for that report, Roseanne. We appreciate it. It's 7:33, and we are checking back in with Mike Kaplan. Still not much of a view. That doesn't seem to be getting any better.
We need sonar or something to, you know, pierce through that. I think I can make out where Buckingham Fountain is. Can you kind of see that there, right of center?
Yeah, just barely.
Yeah, I see some ball fields there. And I see a whole lot of gray out there. At least the gray now, it's a lighter shade because the sun is coming up, but we're not going to see any of it. I'm waiting from this view from Shed Aquarium to maybe see this low cloud deck at least come up a few floors on the sides of our buildings. But wow, we're stuck in the muck now. 43 at O'Hare, south wind at 5. There's not much wind, and there won't be today. Actually, if it were windier, we could kind of stir up the atmosphere and get rid of some of this low-level moisture that has been trapped under what we call a thermal inversion. Joliet, you're up to 45. It's 43 at Midway, O'Hare, and the Lakefront, and also Gary. 42 at Valparaiso, Waukegan, and Aurora. In Morris, it is 43. There's still some fog, and in a few spots, the visibility has gotten to less than a mile, including near the Lansing Airport. Aurora's airport has now dropped down to a mile. Likewise at Morris, Coal City, and DeKalb. And this is going to be one of these days, at least for the next couple of hours, where you might be driving along, everything is fine, and then all of a sudden you get to maybe a river valley or a low-lying area, and that fog gets much thicker. So there will also be some patches of drizzle, 47 for the high. Southwest winds at light speeds. Tonight, not much wind at all, and only about a 5-degree temperature drop under cloudy skies with another chance for a few patches of drizzle. Tomorrow, kind of a split day. 50 degrees for the high. The farther north you are, the more likely you are to get a little bit of sun. The farther south you are, particularly south of I-80, you might get a little light rain late in the day or at night. The weekend, finally breaking out into sunshine. 50 on Saturday, 55 on Sunday. Looks like beautiful weather for that Bears-Steelers game. We'll have another 55 on Monday ahead of the next storm system. Some rain Monday night into Tuesday. And then a little shot of some chillier air. 45 on Wednesday. Might be a few degrees colder than that on Thanksgiving itself. 7:35. Let's give you a look at some of the travel times out there right after our one picture this hour from Kathy Abretsky. That is a squirrel hiding in the oak tree in Porter, Indiana. What I would say here, Kathy, that squirrel is doing a horrible job of hiding. I can see it right there in front of my face. That's a cool picture, though. Probably stashing away some acorns there. All right, travel times on the way. Hopefully no big delays where you're headed. We'll be right back with more of Good Day after this.
There they are. We'll be right back.
It's a story we've been following since it broke. A husband and wife say a Northwest Indiana hospital sent them away while the mother was in active labor. And then minutes later, they were forced to deliver their newborn on the side of the highway. Hours after the story first aired here on Fox 32, Franciscan Crown Point President and CEO Raymond Grady issued a statement saying in part, the reality is disparities in healthcare outcomes exist, and the hospital strives to be part of the solution, not the problem. Well, local data shows there are disparities in birth complications and infant mortality between white and African-American women. So Paris Schutz, our political correspondent, sat down with Cook County Commissioner and congressional candidate Donna Miller on the Chicago Report to talk about the issue.
When you watch what happened to that woman, as someone who has been focused on these issues in Cook County, what goes through your mind?
Well, I wanted to cry along with her. It looks very discouraging for the families, for the mother and the baby, but luckily she made it. And unfortunately, the data does show us that many women do not make it out of these situations. These issues of maternal mortality are 91% preventable. If you can see that just from watching what happened to the woman here, they let her go in active labor, and she had to deliver her baby in the truck.
So is this a recurring issue where women, especially African-American women, are not being admitted?
They're not being admitted because their concerns are not being addressed properly. Someone told her that, in this instance, they told her that she should just go home. Even having her husband there saying, "Are you sure? I mean, what are we going to do?" We have to address all concerns with the same level of care and concern for whether you're African American or not. But unfortunately, disparities exist, especially for African American women.
Do you believe this is an issue of access to care and potentially, racial bias?
It's not access to care. This is an implicit bias, and we need to make sure that we're assuring that we're training professionals on how to have their concerns met, whether they're African American or not. But when we see the disproportionate amount of African American women treated unjustly, that we can't only say that it's racially motivated, and it's due to implicit bias that is experienced in the healthcare system.
You mentioned it was just days ago this happened in Dallas.
Absolutely, and that woman was in active labor, and then she was being asked questions while she's in active labor that had nothing to do with her being pregnant and about to deliver. Same thing, delivered moments after she was discharged.
Tell us about the doula program, why you launched it, and what it does.
Well, so for the last 3 years, I've been very focused on maternal morbidity rates and how we can improve the outcomes for Black women. And we launched the first ever doula program here at Cook County Health and Hospital System. I'm very proud of that. That is to help to eliminate these disparities. Doulas are mid-level providers that can be with you throughout your pregnancy journey at any point. And what it does is going to help someone, advocate for themselves, empower the family to advocate, but mostly it also lets physicians and the healthcare system know that someone else is there that can help address some of these issues. Maybe if she would have had a doula with her at that time, they would have said, no, you do not need to be discharged. 3 centimeters is enough for us to stay here and make sure you have a safe and healthy pregnancy.
And in fact, you have gone through this yourself in one of your experiences.
Yes, well, unfortunately, this was 22 years ago when I had my first child. Well, the person who was delivering for me, or I went in ahead of time, and he's asking me questions like, oh, am I sure I'm not drug seeking? Have I used drugs in the past? These are not the kind of questions you want to ask someone who is in labor and about to deliver their first child.
This is not typical, right, to ask those kinds of questions in the middle of labor?
I mean, I don't know if it's typical, but it was uncalled for, and we did get an apology. But unfortunately, these are the things that happen to many African American women.
7:42 now, and here's a look at what's coming up on Good Day Chicago at 8 and 9. Keep it right here.
Welcome to
Federal prosecutors have charged a man with terrorism for allegedly setting a woman on fire on a CTA train on Monday.
That woman is still fighting for her life this morning. Investigators say Lawrence Reed bought gasoline at a Chicago gas station about 20 minutes before the attack. Prosecutors say Reed has an extensive criminal history. He's been previously charged 5 years ago in connection with a fire at the Thompson Center. Reed does face life in prison if convicted.
2 Chicago police officers are recovering after a crash in Gage Park. Happened just after midnight on West 51st near Washtenaw. Police say a woman rear-ended the officer's squad car, which caused them to lose control and hit a semi. Both officers were hurt. They will recover. The 22-year-old who hit them is in custody.
All right, there may be a little trouble ahead for travelers. A big storm could wreak havoc right as people head out for the Thanksgiving holiday. It's one of the busiest travel times of the year, with AAA expecting 82 million people headed out of town.
Not good. It hopefully doesn't look like that. 7:46 now, but you know who has the answer? Mike Kaplan.
Look, don't get me started on these headlines advertising a big storm over a week away.
Yeah.
I'm just not ready to embrace that.
Let's talk about the Farmer's Almanac while we're at it.
Exactly. You see where that's going,
right.
Out of publication. We'll keep. I certainly don't see a big storm here.
All right.
But I do see a temperature downturn. More on that in a little bit. Today, there's a storm system missing us to the south, but we're stuck in the cloud cover, and that's not going away today. We're going to see gray skies, some occasional drizzle. There's even some pretty thick fog out there in spots. Now, here's the deal. That storm system, this is the one that brought some heavy rain to Phoenix yesterday. Don't know if you saw that on social media or on news coverage. This cold front is coming through before that system gets in here. What I think that could do for us tomorrow is at least provide a hope for some sunshine city and points north. The rain tomorrow, afternoon and evening, I think is going to be I-80 and points south, and it will not be that much. That low traversing far enough south that it has minimal impact on Chicago's weather. High pressure. Yay, verily. Saturday and Sunday, we're going to see a good deal of sunshine, and I think temperatures are going to be several degrees above normal, with Sunday being the warmer of the 2 days. But here's the change. From time to time, we share with you these extended temperature outlooks. These are coming to us from essentially the National Weather Service, let's say. It's a climate prediction center if you want to get specific about it. And most times lately, there's been a whole bunch of orange on the map, indicating favorable conditions for above average temperatures. Aha! Now, as we head beyond Thanksgiving into early December, it looks like we're trending toward colder than normal conditions around here. Today, 47. That's just about what you'd expect for a high this time of year. There's going to be clouds. There will be some drizzle and fog at times. Tomorrow, 50 on Saturday, 55 on Sunday, and again on Monday, ahead of a rainmaker Monday night and Tuesday. And after that, we start to see the temperatures trending downward. Natalie, Anthony?
Thank you, Mike. Tighter security measures coming to the Louvre following last month's jewelry heist.
Well, better late than never, I suppose, here. During a security hearing in Paris on Wednesday, the director of the museum announced 100 new surveillance cameras, a mobile police station, and a new security coordinator position. 7 people have been arrested in connection with that $100 million heist. Only one piece of jewelry has been recovered thus far.
So what if someone told you that work was optional? That is the prediction Tesla CEO Elon Musk is making for the future. He thinks AI and humanoid robots will change society in the next 10 to 20 years by eliminating poverty.
My prediction is that work will be optional.
Optional.
Optional. So.
We'll take that.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be like playing sports or a video game or something like that.
Meantime, Chinese startup company Xpeng unveiled the latest design of its humanoid robot called Iron. It plans to start mass production next year.
A former Olympic snowboarder turned alleged drug kingpin is now on the FBI's 10 most wanted list. Federal officials added charges against a man named Ryan Wedding, and they include murder, witness tampering, money laundering, and drug trafficking. The reward for information leading to his arrest was also bumped up to $15 million. Wedding was an Olympic snowboarder for Canada. He is believed to be somewhere in Mexico.
Wild finish for the Bulls in Portland. They trailed by 2 with just 7 seconds left in the game, and you got to see the finish.
down to 5, down to 4. Game on the line right here. He takes Murray. He ducks under. Boots for the win.
Gucci Mane has done it again.
You can feel the energy. Vooch hit that last-second shot to give the Bulls a 122 to 121 win. He finished with 27 points on the night. The Bulls have won 2 in a row.
Governor Pritzker wasn't the only one to meet with Pope Leo at the Vatican this past week. White Sox shareholder Justin Ishbia also met with the Pope. He gave him a White Sox jersey signed by the 2005 World Series championship team. Also invited the Pope to come to Chicago to throw out the first pitch at Rate Field. A spokesperson for Ishbia says that the Pope was into the idea, apparently.
All right,
We'll
we're
see.
all in.
Yeah.
A Frida Kahlo painting set to be sold could break records. The painting is known as The Dream. It's expected to go for anywhere between $40 to $60 million. It'll be up for auction at Sotheby's in New York, and that price point would make it the most expensive work sold by a female artist.
Dance and music can be therapeutic and healing, and Broadway in Chicago is showing patients just how. A Beautiful Noise, the Neil Diamond musical, is an uplifting, true story about how a kid from Brooklyn became a rock icon. It partners with the Parkinson's Foundation, and one of their centers is located at Rush University Medical Center. So on Wednesday, they held that workshop right there to teach patients choreography and a song from the show. Neil Diamond has Parkinson's disease, and he stopped touring due to symptoms from that diagnosis. The show is running at the Cadillac Palace Theater through the end of this month.
I love that.
Yeah.
Well, it's that time of year. Chicago's iconic Chris Kindle Market opens tomorrow, but you can get a sneak peek tonight. The market is holding a preview event at Daly Plaza at 5 p.m. And then after that, the market will open to the public Friday at 11 a.m.
And that is not the only holiday tradition returning. The Wintrust Mag Mile Lights Festival is happening this weekend.
Jake is live at the McCormick Place North building to show us what they have in store. Hey, Jake.
That's right, guys. You know, for a lot of people, this is really the kickoff of the holiday season. Of course, the parade happening on Saturday, but we thought we'd take you a little bit behind the scenes as they start to get ready, assembling all of these beautiful floats. More than 40 floats are going to be a part of the Wintrust Mag Mile Lights Festival. We got a preview out here. It's happening on Saturday. It is the largest nighttime parade in the country, guys. Did you know that along the parade, they're going to be lighting over 1 million lights, 200 different trees along Michigan Avenue. All morning long, we're going to be out here, going to give you a preview of what you can expect as they start to get ready for the big thing. Now, listen, guys, you know, on Fox 32, on Good Day Chicago, we bring nothing but the biggest stars. You know, I got you Tom Cruise. I got you Tom Hanks. We got everybody in Hollywood, but I don't mean to brag. We got the big guy. And it's not for me to say, but he has got a little meter in his pocket where it judges who's naughty and who's nice. Am I going to be running through the entire cast of Good Day Chicago? Yes, I am. So I want you to question your actions over the last year, because he's coming down from his sled, and we're going to find out just how you guys have been all year long. One of the many things that we're going to be having out here as we preview the Wintrust Mag Mile Lights Festival. A lot going on, a cool behind-the-scenes look here in the South Loop as they put the finishing touches on the parade. Santa, I'm looking pretty good, right? Absolutely, he said. All right, really quick. Thumbs up or thumbs down? Anthony Ponce. Oh, I love he quivered for a moment like the Emperor and Gladiator. Wait, really quick. Natalie Bomke. Oh, yeah, of course, Natalie Bomke. Of course, everybody loves Natalie Bomke. Come on, Sam. You and I are going to talk in the break. All right, guys, on that note, we're going to toss it back to you guys in the studio.
I'm rethinking my entire year right now because he hesitated there.
Right. Well, maybe he was tired. It's still early.
What did I do?
No, I don't.
Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Santa.
Thank you, Santa. More Good Day Chicago ahead. Keep it right here.
When you say
The U.S. trade deficit dropped sharply in August, falling nearly 24% as President Trump's global tariffs pulled imports lower. New numbers out show the gap shrunk to just under $60 billion. President Trump facing political pressure and a Supreme Court challenge over his trade policies.
The September jobs report shows 119,000 jobs were added, which is considered a surprise, but the unemployment rate rose to 4.4%. That report was delayed for weeks because of the government shutdown. The Labor Department says there will not even be a jobs report from October for the exact same reason.
A bipartisan bill to cancel major payouts to senators unanimously passes in the House. The measure repeals a provision to grant some Republican senators a chance to sue for at least $500,000 in damages. The provision was added into the bill that ended the country's longest government shutdown earlier this month. The damages would come from taxpayer money and would allow only some senators the ability to sue if investigators obtain their records without their knowledge.
NVIDIA's AI chip sales are shattering records, calming fears that the AI boom may be turning into a bust. The company reported $57 billion in revenue last quarter. That is up 62% from the previous year. The earnings report sent NVIDIA shares soaring, up more than 6% in extended trading.
Major retailers are extending holiday return deadlines for Macy's and Walmart. You can get a refund on purchases made from October to the end of the year. Just return items by January 31st. That's longer than the end of the year. Best Buy accepting returns until January 15th, and the return window at Target begins the day after Christmas. Amazon is also extending its holiday return period to the end of January.
Good Day Chicago at 8 starts now.
And right now at 8 o'clock, a man now charged with terrorism, accused of setting a woman on fire on a CTA train. We will take a look at his long criminal history.
2 officers taken to the hospital after a serious crash overnight. We'll have an update on their condition.
And a new push to protect children on one of the largest gaming platforms in the world. We're talking about Roblox. It's added a new safety feature.
Unfortunately, this is our live look outside today. We've got another gloomy day on tap, but make the best of it, everybody. It is Thursday. Hi, Caitlin.
Hi, good morning. I know I told Anthony yesterday, I just go to bed early on these days.
There you go.
Just go to bed.
I like that strategy.
Did that last night, too. 6:30.
Yeah, good
Let's
for
pack it in. You know?
Nice work.
It is going to be another dreary day. We've got the clouds. We have some fog. We have drizzle. Looking from our satellite and radar, you can see the clouds over Chicagoland. They aren't going anywhere today. Temperatures aren't bad, though. We have been keeping those temperatures mild because of this, the cloud cover. From our Shed Aquarium camera, look how dreary it looks. Now, we do have the potential for that mist or drizzle, not only this morning, but again this afternoon. Temperatures right now are in the 40s, so it feels pretty good. 43 at the lakefront and O'Hare currently. Here's your day planner. As mentioned, the clouds staying here. Temperatures are going to be back to the upper 40s, but we are warming up nicely over the next couple of days. The 50s return. Tomorrow, we will be fighting with the cloud cover yet again, calling it mostly cloudy for your Friday. But then on Saturday, the sunshine is back, and so are the 50s. We could even see the mid and upper 50s for the second half of your weekend. I'll show you that ahead.
Thank you, Caitlin. A Chicago man now facing federal charges after authorities say he set a woman on fire on a CTA train.
That Chicago man apparently had a long criminal history. Roseanne Tejas is live this morning. She is outside one of the L stops. And Roseanne, tell us about this. This is just stunning.
Well, I can tell you the attorneys referred to it as horrific and unprovoked, the prosecutor's words. The man they say responsible is 50-year-old Lawrence Reed. He has been charged with terrorism on mass transit. Now, he has, according to prosecutors, lit a fire before. He set a fire at the Thompson Center, they say. That's what he was charged with a few years back, right before Governor Pritzker was about to speak. In fact, since 2017, He has been charged with everything from criminal damage to property to possession of a controlled substance and battery for punching women in the face. Surveillance footage shows Reed buying gasoline shortly before the CTA attack. And prosecutors say CTA video shows him confront the victim from behind and pour gasoline on her. They say she tried to run, but he caught up with her with that flaming bottle of gas and set her on fire. CTA riders this morning tell us they're just relieved authorities have their suspect.
I say I take the train every day, and to have to worry about something like that is crazy. And I'm hoping that they keep him in and they do something about it, because of course he's not the only one on the train doing stuff like this. You know, you got others. They may not be setting people on fire, but they are assaulting us women. You know, we got one guy who's walking through the loop punching women, so it's scary, and it's something that I do worry about all the time.
Right. Another big concern of everybody we spoke with is that they want to see him behind bars for a long time and not released again, as has happened in the past. In fact, he's facing life in prison. And that 26-year-old victim, she's still in critical condition at the hospital. At Clark and Lake this morning, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
Horrible. Thank you so much, Roseanne. Developing overnight, 2 Chicago police officers are recovering after a crash in Gage Park. Happened just after midnight on West 51st near Washtenaw. Police say a woman rear-ended the officer's squad car, which caused them to lose control and hit a semi. Both officers were hurt. They will recover. The 22-year-old who hit them is seriously hurt and in custody. Her passenger is in critical condition. The semi-truck driver is okay. The Department of Justice now has 30 days to comply with a measure requiring the release of any and all files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
Brian Jackson joins us with that, and also some new revelations about Epstein's emails. Brian.
Well, President Donald Trump signed legislation late on Wednesday, now forcing the DOJ to release those documents. It comes after the House Oversight Committee released thousands of emails from Epstein's estate. Those emails show that Epstein did have a close friendship with Governor J.B. Pritzker's cousin. Thomas Pritzker is the executive chairman of Hyatt. In one of the emails, Epstein referred to him as being, quote, like family. Thomas Pritzker's appearance in the document was first reported by the Chicago Maroon, which is the student newspaper of the University of Chicago, where Thomas is an alum and serves on its board of trustees. The release of these emails has also led to former President Bill Clinton's Treasury Secretary Larry Summers taking a leave of absence from his teaching position at Harvard University and also resigning from OpenAI's board. According to a 2020 Harvard report, Epstein donated more than $9 million to the university before he pleaded guilty to sex crimes in 2008. He died by suicide in jail in 2019. And when the DOJ releases its documents on Epstein, it will include redactions to protect the victims, but the agency cannot withhold any information because it is embarrassing or harmful to someone's reputation. Anthony?
Thank you, Brian. New here at 8 o'clock, U.S. Border Patrol is monitoring millions of drivers. The AP reports it's part of a program used to identify and detain people with suspicious driving habits. It's using a network of cameras to scan and record license plates. It flags drivers based on where they came from, where they're going, and the route they took. This program has resulted in people being stopped, searched, and in some cases arrested.
A federal appeals court in Chicago is halting a use of force ruling related to Operation Midway Blitz. A lower court recently ruled to restrict force in the immigration enforcement operations. But Wednesday's ruling overturned that for now, saying it was too broad and put too many restrictions on the entire executive branch, including President Trump.
Police are investigating a series of break-ins in Hyde Park. Taking a look at surveillance video from Tuesday at Huaraches Mexican restaurant. The owner there says the thieves, there he is, got away with $200. He says it comes at a time when his business was already struggling with a decrease in business because of immigration enforcement. Chicago police say 4 other businesses were also hit here, all along the 1,600 blocks of East 55th and 56th Streets. They are still searching for the burglars.
Former Vice President Dick Cheney's funeral is today. He died earlier this month from health complications. Several political figures are expected to attend the service at the Washington National Cathedral, with planned tributes from former President and Cheney's running mate George W. Bush, as well as his daughter, former Congresswoman Liz Cheney. Former President Joe Biden also expected to be there. President Donald Trump not expected to attend.
President Donald Trump says he will meet with New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani tomorrow. Mamdani defeated former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo in the mayoral race earlier this month. Trump has been slamming Mamdani, labeling the Democratic Socialist as a communist. He has also threatened to deport Mamdani, who was born in Uganda, and pull funding from the city of New York. Mamdani has been a prominent critic of the president. He is set to take office on January 1st.
New this morning, the Illinois Commerce Commission is slashing a proposed $124 million NICOR gas rate increase. The ruling reducing the hike by $146.5 million. So that translates to an average increase of about $4.25 a month for customers. That change starts in January.
All right, the CDC just updated its website to say that vaccines may cause autism. Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr., a vaccine skeptic, has previously promoted this theory that childhood vaccines are a cause of autism. There is no scientific evidence to back up this position.
The government shutdown ended just about a week ago, but some TSA officers say they still do not have their paychecks. Lawmakers are introducing a bill that would pay federal airport workers during future shutdowns.
I need Congress to take action. If there is another shutdown, I want to make sure air traffic controllers get paid. I think that would go a long way for both Republicans and Democrats to take this off the table.
The proposals would fund salaries, operating expenses, and other FAA programs by tapping into a little-used $2.6 billion fund. It would provide enough funding to keep FAA operating for 4 to 6 weeks.
All right. Before I read this next story, Mike Kaplan is very skeptical of it because it's too far out. We're told that trouble could be a brewing for travelers because a big storm could be wreaking havoc right as people head out for the Thanksgiving holiday deep into next week. Obviously, that's one of the busiest travel times of the year, with AAA expecting 82 million people to head out of town. So on that note, we're checking in with Caitlin Cody for a look at the more immediate forecast here.
Next, I get those questions all the time. What is it going to be like at the middle of next month on the 15th at 3 p.m.? We can't tell you that. Yeah, immediate forecast, I can say it looks dreary outside. We've got fog, we have clouds, mild temperatures, a little bit of drizzle. So let's check in with the visibility first, because I mentioned how those clouds are hanging low. We're seeing these numbers drop down to a half mile, if not less, out there in a few spots. You can see a half mile visibility in DeKalb, as well as Aurora. Northwest Indiana, especially LaPorte, Jasper, Newton counties, you are being affected by the fog this morning. So it is going to be a gray start, and unfortunately, these clouds aren't going anywhere today. We are going to have those mild temperatures, though, as mentioned, starting off in the 40s, also ending in the 40s before a nice warm-up comes as soon as tomorrow. Let's take a look behind me. Satellite and radar shows clouds in place, but luckily no heavy rain, just a little bit of drizzle out there, some mist that's not even showing up on radar, and that's going to be possible throughout the day. Not only this morning, but again this afternoon. So when you're driving along, you might see a wet windshield. But the temperatures, as mentioned, not bad, 43 degrees. So dress your kiddos for 43. It's calm, quiet, 43 degrees at O'Hare, 45 in Gary. Highs today pushing to the upper 40s, which is exactly where we should be for this time of year. 47 for us in Chicago. As mentioned, the 50s are back tomorrow through the weekend. A nice warm up is going to be with us for a while. I'll show you that on your 7-day forecast coming up.
Thank you, Caitlin. We got plenty more ahead here on Good Day Chicago. Some might say it's a dog-eat-dog world sometimes, but Paws Chicago is here with their campaign to make life a little easier for local pets.
First, we are breaking down new efforts to protect kids online as well. Liza Jacobs, she's with Roblox. She's going to join us to talk about an important new safety feature.
And we've got more weather on the way, but first, here is your 7-day forecast.
Dad, it's really cold in here.
Yeah, I think the furnace is out again.
Dad, the toilet's backed up again. Dad, power's out downstairs.
Great. Heating, plumbing, electrical all at once.
Lucky us. Dad, just call Four Seasons. They can fix everything. Your trusted local experts.
Whether it's heating, plumbing, or electric, call your trusted local experts at Four Seasons today.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
8:13, federal prosecutors have now charged a man with terrorism for allegedly setting a woman on fire on a CTA train on Monday.
That woman still fighting for her life in the hospital this morning.
Investigators say Lawrence Reed bought gasoline at a Chicago gas station about 20 minutes before the attack. Prosecutors say Reed has an extensive criminal history. He was previously charged in 2020 in connection with the fire at the Thompson Center. Reed faces up to life in prison if convicted.
2 Chicago police officers, they are recovering this morning after they crashed their car in Gage Park. Wasn't their fault at all. Happened just after midnight on West 51st right near Washtenaw. Police are saying that a woman rear-ended their car, which then caused them to lose control and slam into a semi. Both officers were hurt. They will recover, but the 22-year-old behind the wheel of the car that hit them is now in custody.
The Department of Justice now has 30 days to comply with a measure requiring the release of any and all files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. President Donald Trump signed that measure late Wednesday. It comes after the House Oversight Committee released thousands of emails from Epstein's estate, some of them including Governor J.B. Pritzker's cousin, Thomas Pritzker.
8:15, and that's probably the most colorful view we've gotten. It's so monochromatic outside. We got a little color in the trees there. And Caitlin, I appreciate the dress today. You're adding color to our lives where we need it. So monochromatic out there.
It is, I know. It's so cloudy. We've got foggy skies. We have drizzle out there. Unfortunately, it's going to be a cloudy day from start to finish, but the temperatures, that's the positive here, okay? If you're thinking of something to do, maybe go for a walk because it's not too cold outside, not only this morning, but even this afternoon. Upper 40s will be here. Now, it might be a little bit wet. We have some drizzle and some mist in the air. But outside of that, the silver lining is it feels pretty nice. 42 degrees currently in Woodstock and in Waukegan, 43 at the lakefront, 45 in Gary, 42 in Chicago Heights, 43 in Kankakee. Watch out for that fog. We're seeing those visibilities drop down to a half mile, if not less at times. Once the fog moves out, we're still going to have the clouds. And as I said, we have that mist. So we could see some wet weather as you're driving around, especially on your windshield. Even this afternoon, as those temperatures push to the mid and upper 40s, we're not moving, but a couple degrees throughout the day today. Our Futurecast shows that as we head on into the end of the week, we are going to have the clouds slowly start to break apart and a small chance for some rain from Chicago Point south. This is Friday, 4:45. So tomorrow we are going to have perhaps the clouds break, not completely cloudy, but we're going to have mostly cloudy skies. And then that chance for a little bit of wet weather, especially south of I-88. As we get into the weekend, though, high pressure moves in. We're still going to be mild. Temperatures in the 50s this weekend with sunshine. So fantastic weather is just around the corner. Today is going to be a dreary one, though, at 47. Tomorrow, 51, back to 50 with sunshine Saturday, Sunday, 57. Early next week, starting off with the mid-50s, and then the 40s are looking to return by Wednesday. Back to you.
Thank you, Caitlin. This is one of the world's most popular gaming platforms. Talking about Roblox, everybody. And it has recently come under fire for child safety concerns, primarily for allowing young kids to chat with adults. Now, Roblox is going to be rolling out a system that aims to prevent that. Eliza Jacobs, she joins us now. She's the Director of Product Policy at Roblox. Eliza, thank you for taking the time. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right, so run us through these new safety features. How do they work? What are they, and what do they aim to accomplish here?
Yes, so we announced that we're launching facial age estimation that will be required to access all communication features on the platform. This is a quick, safe, and privacy-protecting way for us to know how old everybody is on the platform. And once you complete this process, you'll only be able to chat with folks that are in your same peer group. So kids will not be able to chat with unknown adults.
How does the face recognition happen? Do parents need to use their phone? I assume it involves some kind of camera.
Yeah, so if you just open up the app on your phone or on a device that has a camera, sort of the way you open up an iPhone with your face, it will prompt you to start this process. You'll do a quick face scan. You'll sort of move your head left and right, and that establishes that that's really a live person in front of the camera. You're not playing a video, you're not holding up a photo, and then after that couple of seconds, we'll estimate your age, we'll put you in the right bucket and set of defaults, and then you're off. You'll be able to use the right settings for you.
Okay, got to ask you, and I have a kid who I was telling you during the commercial break that he likes Roblox. How foolproof is the plan? These kids are clever. They figure out workarounds in some cases. You know, is it possible for one of these kids to log onto the platform under a different profile to kind of get around this?
Yeah, such a fair question, and we understand the concern. So there will be no communication features in any account on the platform starting in January. We're rolling it out now, it's available now, but the requirement begins in January worldwide. You just won't be able to use text or voice chat unless you've completed this process. So there's no getting around that. You just have to complete it in order to have access.
Got it. Now, I understand the chat feature is obviously completely turned off for kids under 9. Talk about that distinction, 9 years old, you know, and what would be your message for, you know, parents of 12 and 13-year-olds who also want to prevent chats by unknown adults?
Yeah, so our parental controls by default will have chat off by users that are under 9. Parents can go in and turn that back on, and they can approve the connection. So if your son wants to chat with his buddy from down the street, they can do that if you approve it. And then for our slightly older users, we give them chat by default, but again, only with the users that are in their peer group. So they're just talking with kids that are around their age. They won't be able to chat with older users. And we think that's the right sort of developmental approach to slowly opening up different features for different groups.
Okay, got it. So if they get a chat request of some kind, the parent would have to actually be involved here and manually approve every connection.
For under 9s, you'll have to open up the chat feature. For older than 9, they'll have access to chat, but in parental controls, you can control who your kids can chat with.
Okay, so that's probably the key step. Last question I have for you is what parents should do. What are the steps we should do now to make sure we are protecting our kids, whether they're under or older than 9 years old?
Sure. Yeah, we encourage you to have them complete this age estimation process so that they can automatically be put in all of the right settings and defaults. For them, they will have included their birthday when they signed up so that we could do that as well. But this is more foolproof than that because we're confirming it on our side. And we also encourage parents to go to our safety center. That's roblox.com/safety center. And that has step-by-step process for how to set this up, as well as parental controls and lots of tips and tricks for how to talk to your kids about online safety.
Okay, one more time, because I always need to be told things twice. I'm going to do this like literally as soon as I go home. What's the website again with the step-by-step to make sure I put all these parameters in place?
Yes, roblox.com/safety center. And we have defaults in place, but if parents want to go in and make changes, if you want to make choices for your particular kid, you can go in there and make changes and choices for what you want your kid's Roblox experience to be.
Roblox.com/safety center. Eliza Jacobs, thank you very much. Hope it works.
Thanks so much.
All right. 8:21 back here in Chicago. We've got a lot coming up for you here on Good Day. Someone's finally telling us why young people are so into subtitles. Yeah, the AP breaks down their new poll. The doomsday clock is counting down as well, and scientists are kicking off talks about whether it is finally time to change the time. They tell us what goes into that decision. Plus, he's called the teen translator. Dr. Cam Caswell is going to give us some advice to help parents communicate better with their teenagers. All that and more is coming up on a packed hour of Chicago Now that starts at 10 o'clock. We'll be right back.
Wait.
It's Thursday, so it's time to let the dogs out, at least here at Fox 32. Paws Chicago with us, as they are every Thursday. Amanda Ford has brought in a new friend for us here. Amanda, we love seeing you. You're just the best.
Thank you.
So tell us who you brought in.
This is Blanca. Blanca is about 3 months old. She's a mixed breed, and despite how sweet and calm she looks, she's actually full of a lot of energy, and she loves other dogs. So even on our way here, she ran into one, and she had to say hi. So she's ready to find a family, probably that already has another dog. Yeah.
So cute. So people are interested in Blanca. What do they need to do?
Yeah, so I would recommend heading to our website. We do have our compatibility quiz that just makes sure that your personality and your home demographics will match what she's looking for, and then come on by, and our volunteers would love to help with that introduction.
They are the best, those volunteers at Paws.
Yes.
We have a huge announcement to make because you guys reached a historic fundraising amount at the Paws Fur Ball last week.
We did, and I would say we reached that because we could not have done it without the partnership with you all, as well as your viewers at home. Massive thank you, because that partnership means so much. We were able to raise $2.1 million. So if you're at home, we'll pause for applause there, because that means so much, and especially for an organization. Hi, yeah, we're talking about helping more people like you, yeah, more dogs like you. But those funds go right back because we're not government funded, so they go right back to helping animals like Bianca. We have nearly 5,000 that we will find homes for this year, so that means so much. We do low cost or free spay and neutering for nearly 21,000 animals, so those funds really do so much. So
and you have a world-class medical facility as well in the Chicago area.
In the country, honestly.
Yes.
It's not even just Chicago. We're able to help with very complicated cases and really give a fighting chance to so many that probably wouldn't elsewhere.
Oh my gosh.
We appreciate it so much. We look forward to next year. If you weren't able to attend, it's a lot of fun, and we would love to see everybody next year as well.
One of my favorite events. Yes. You guys have an adoption event coming up, the Fall in Love event.
We
Tell
do.
us about that.
We always have adoption events, but this one's special because, not surprisingly, there's a surge in adoptions right now. People are home. It's the holidays. So if you are a Black Friday shopper like I am, this is going to line up perfectly, because you can do some of your shopping, but you can also think about adding a fur friend to your home. So from November 28th through the 30th, we are doing waived adoption fees for select pets. And we would love to introduce you to cats and dogs that are looking for a home. Like I said, we're on track to find a home for 5,000 of them. So stopping by every adoption helps us make room for new ones. So we would love to see everyone next week.
All right. And is there anything else we missed that you want to add?
No, like I said, I always will plug that we're always looking for foster homes and volunteers, just because, again, we run so heavily on our volunteers. We have an amazing staff, so I don't want to overlook that. But we also have so many volunteers. So if you're looking to get involved and do more than just hi, we will always take donations. We'll always take all of that. But foster homes and volunteers are really what keep us going.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank
Best
you.
of luck, Blanca. We talked a lot about giving. There are some things you should not share this Thanksgiving, especially when it comes to your pets. A veterinarian breaks down the do's and don'ts. But first, hey, Caitlin.
Hey, this morning it is cloudy. It's a touch drizzly, too. A little bit misty out there. So if you're going for your walk with your pepperoni, perhaps, temperatures are in the 40s, but it is going to be a cloudy one all day long. I'll tell you when the sunshine and the 50s are coming back to Chicagoland right after this.
Welcome back. A Chicago man is facing federal terrorism charges after authorities say he set a woman on fire on a CTA train.
Roseanne has more on his lengthy criminal history. Roseanne?
Well, Natalie Anthony, 50-year-old Lawrence Reed has one long list of arrests, and that has a lot of CTA riders asking this morning, why was he even on the street? Since 2017, he's been charged with everything from setting a fire at the Thompson Center to criminal damage to property, possession of a controlled substance, and battery for punching women in the face. In this most recent incident, surveillance video footage shows Reed buying gasoline shortly before the CTA attack. And prosecutors say CTA video shows him confronting the victim and pouring gas on her. We can't show you the images. They're too disturbing. They say she tried to run, but he caught up with her and used a flaming bottle to set her on fire. She is still fighting for her life in the hospital today.
Lawrence Reed had no business being on the streets given his violent criminal history and his pending criminal cases. Reed had plenty of second chances by the criminal justice system, and as a result, you have an innocent victim in the hospital fighting for her life. Because of the swift action of CPD, ATF, and our law enforcement partners, there will be no other chances for Mr. Reed.
Reed now faces life in prison, and CTA riders are very concerned about security on the trains after this, and the fact that somebody like Reed was still walking the streets of Chicago and able to take the train. They're very worried about their safety. At Clark and Lake this morning, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32 Chicago. Back to you.
It really is unbelievable. All right, thank you so much, Roseanne. It is now 8:33. You are watching Good Day Chicago. We want to get to some of your top stories this morning.
Yes, the Illinois Commerce Commission is slashing a proposed $124 million NICOR gas rate increase. This ruling reducing that hike by $146.5 million. So that translates to an average increase of about $425 a month. That change is set to go in effect in January.
There may be trouble ahead for travelers. Mike Kaplan, as we mentioned, I feel like we need to hedge our bets with this story. He's skeptical, but this is what we're told. A big storm could wreak havoc right as people head out for Thanksgiving. We don't think this is going to be the scene in Chicago, but maybe other parts of the country. As you know, the Thanksgiving travel season, one of the busiest of the year. AAA expects 82 million people going somewhere.
Okay, the government shutdown ended a week ago, but some TSA officers say they still do not have their paychecks. Lawmakers are introducing a bill that would pay federal airport workers during future shutdowns. That proposal would fund salaries, operating expenses, and other FAA programs by tapping into a little-used $2.6 billion fund. Also, the Department of Justice now has 30 days to comply with the measure requiring the release of any and all files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
Brian Jackson joins us with that and some new revelations about Epstein's emails. Brian?
Well, President Donald Trump signed legislation late on Wednesday, forcing the DOJ to release those documents. It comes after the House Oversight Committee released thousands of emails from Epstein's estate. Those emails show that Epstein did have a close friendship with Governor J.B. Pritzker's cousin. Thomas Pritzker is the executive chairman of Hyatt. In one of the emails, Epstein referred to him as being, quote, like family. Thomas Pritzker's appearance in the document was first reported by the Chicago Maroon, which is the student newspaper for the University of Chicago, where Thomas is both an alum and serves on its board of trustees. The release of these emails has led to former President Bill Clinton's Treasury Secretary Larry Summers taking a leave from his teaching position at Harvard University and also resigning from OpenAI's board. According to a 2020 Harvard report, Epstein donated more than $9 million to the university before he pled guilty to sex crimes in 2008. He died by suicide in jail in the year 2019. Now, when the DOJ releases its documents on Epstein, it will include redactions to protect the identity of victims, but the agency cannot withhold any information because it is embarrassing or harmful to someone's reputation. Anthony?
Thank you, Brian. New here at 8 o'clock, U.S. Border Patrol is actually monitoring millions of drivers. The AP is reporting this. They're reporting it's part of a program used to identify and detain people with suspicious driving habits. It uses a network of cameras to scan and record license plates, and it flags drivers based on where they came from, where they're going and the route they took. This program has resulted in people being stopped, searched, and in some cases, they have been arrested.
A federal appeals court in Chicago is halting a use of force ruling related to Operation Midway Blitz. A lower court recently ruled to restrict force in the immigration enforcement operations, but Wednesday's ruling overturned that for now, saying it was too broad and put too many restrictions on the entire executive branch, including President Trump.
Police are investigating a series of break-ins in Hyde Park. That right there is surveillance footage from yesterday at Huaraches Mexican restaurant. The owner says the thieves got away with $200. And he says this whole break-in comes at a time when his business was already struggling with a decrease in business because of immigration enforcement. Chicago police say 4 other businesses were also hit, all of them along the 1,600 blocks of East 55th and 56th Streets. They are still searching for those burglars.
Former Vice President Dick Cheney's funeral is today. Cheney died earlier this month from health complications. Several political figures are expected to attend the service at the Washington National Cathedral, with planned tributes from former president and Cheney's running mate, George W. Bush, as well as his daughter, former Congresswoman Liz Cheney. Former President Biden is expected to attend. President Donald Trump will not attend. All right, it is 8:37, and we want to give you a look at Caitlin.
A live look at Caitlin
It is
Cody,
so
everybody.
much better than the look
Behold.
outside.
You know, right? Let's not do the live shot.
Okay.
No, we might. It's cloudy. It's cloudy. We've got foggy conditions. We have some mist out there. What they're talking about is how gray it is outside. Temperatures feel pretty good, though. It is 44 degrees at the lakefront, 43 at Midway and O'Hare. So the temperatures have been elevated because these clouds have been keeping in any warmth that we got yesterday. So it didn't get too cold last night. And today, we're not climbing too much because these clouds that we have this morning aren't going anywhere. Highs are going to be in the upper 40s this afternoon. We have the chance for that mist again. Later on today, we could have that wet weather. When you're driving around, what I'm talking about is your windshield gets wet. You got to use those windshield wipers. It's just more of the annoying mist out there. Then we get into tonight. Drier skies will return. Temperatures staying mild in the 40s. And tomorrow, we're talking about the low 50s. Although tomorrow, we are going to be fighting with that cloud cover again. And we have a small chance for a shower, especially south of the city. Let's take a look at our futurecast. We are going to have that nice southerly breeze that's going to be keeping those temperatures above normal over the coming days. But as we get on into Friday, 9:45, seeing a few sprinkles out there. As mentioned, the best chance for rain is going to be south of I-88, even more so south of I-80. And then we dry out and clear out for the weekend, but the temperatures staying in the 50s through the weekend. I'll show you that on your 7-day forecast ahead.
All right, thank you so much, Caitlin. Appreciate it. Now, despite talk about return to office mandates, a lot of local companies say hybrid and remote work is actually here to stay.
On Good Day Chicago at 9, we are talking about the top workplaces in the city embracing the change.
Welcome back. Thanksgiving, of course, is about sharing, but a well-intentioned scrap of food from Thanksgiving dinner can turn into a dangerous situation for our pets. Veterinarian and pet wellness expert Dr. Gary Richter is here to break down the foods that our furry friends need to keep their paws off of this Thanksgiving. Dr. Richter, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it, sir.
You bet.
Okay, so first of all, what foods should concern us the most here?
Sure. So, I mean, when it comes to Thanksgiving food and people food in general, actually, most foods are okay for dogs, but it's really important to understand the ones that are not. So there are foods that are just flat out toxic to dogs. So things like onions, grapes, raisins, macadamia nuts. If there's somebody in the house that's making sort of sugar-free desserts, artificial sweeteners can actually be quite toxic to dogs. The other thing to be careful about is anything that's high in fat or heavily seasoned is potentially going to cause tummy upset.
Okay, got it. Okay, you mentioned tummy upset. What kinds of other conditions do these things lead to? You mentioned a bunch of them are toxic.
Sure. So, in the more toxicity sense, for example, chocolate can cause heart arrhythmias. It can cause seizures. It can, in extreme cases, it can be fatal. Artificial sweeteners like xylitol will cause low blood sugar in dogs to the point where that can also be fatal.
Oh, yikes. Okay. Well, what Thanksgiving foods do pet parents most often assume to be safe to share and, throw a scrap on the floor, but can actually be dangerous?
Sure. I think what most people would say is, oh, well, let me give them a little turkey. Let me give them some of these vegetables. And you know what? The turkey and the vegetables are fine, but it's that high fat or heavily seasoned turkey skin. It's the vegetables that were cooked in a whole mess of butter and salt. That kind of stuff can lead to tummy upset, vomiting, diarrhea, what have you.
Okay. Let's just say a dog accidentally gets into something they shouldn't during the meal.
Sure.
What is the protocol at that point?
Well, I mean, if it's something that's just kind of a mild tummy upset, then really, I mean, it's just kind of a waited out sort of thing. But if it seems worse than that, certainly if you feel like your dog may have gotten into anything that's actually toxic, if your dog may have eaten turkey bones, then it's time to call your veterinarian and get some professional help and make sure that we keep your pet safe.
Okay. A lot of families, the dog is an immediate family member. It's not like you want to put the dog away the whole celebration. So you have any suggestions in terms of just safe dog-friendly ways that families can incorporate their pooches into the whole celebration without putting them at risk?
Oh, yeah, you bet. I mean, some of the easiest ways to do that is, like I say, a lot of the food on the Thanksgiving table actually is fine. So if you're making food, so set aside some roasted turkey that's unseasoned, no skins. Set aside some of the vegetables, boiled or steamed vegetables, with no butter, no salt, what have you. You can feed them a little bit of that. Or you can give them something that's actually made for a dog. So, for example, my company, Ultimate Pet Nutrition, makes freeze-dried dog treats and dog food, and you can just give that, and they love it, and they feel like they're still part of the holiday.
Good compromise. I like the middle-of-the-road option there, where it's the best of both worlds. Dr. Richter, thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Happy holidays.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving to you, sir. It's 8:46 back here in Chicago. He was joining us from the Bay Area, Caitlin. I'm guessing they're used to this kind of fog there, although this isn't fog. What do we got? Just low cloud cover?
Both, Anthony. We got it all. We've got the clouds. We've got the fog. We have some mist out there. It's just a gray start to our day. This afternoon, we're still going to be cloudy, and we still have that potential for some mist. But the temperatures, they're not moving too much. So I think that's going to be my silver lining for the day today, is that this morning we're in the low 40s, so it's not going to be too chilly. And this afternoon, the upper 40s will be here. And then we're getting into the 50s, and a long stretch of 50s will be in front of us. Our weather headlines, cloudy skies continue as mentioned. Even tomorrow, we're going to have the clouds in place, but tomorrow we have drier weather for us in Chicago points north, small chance for rain from Chicago points south. The 50s are on the way, and this weekend is going to be beautiful. Not only are we going to be in the 50s, but we also have some sunshine. So maybe you could go golfing or something. Plan to be outside. Visibility this morning, we're down to a quarter mile in DeKalb, half mile in Aurora, 3.2 miles there at Woodstock. Northwest Indiana, you're seeing around 1 1/4 there in Valpo. So we do have the dense fog in spots. Temperatures, though, are ranging in the low to mid 40s. Right now it is 43 degrees at O'Hare. Looking at our satellite and radar, you can see the bulk of the wet weather is missing us to the south, but we are still getting in on some light mist and drizzle that's not even showing up on radar, and that potential for wet weather is going to continue throughout the day today. 7-day forecast, I wanted to show you this because we have such a lovely weekend to look forward to. Tomorrow, right around 51 degrees, and as mentioned, the best chance for rain is going to be from Chicago Point south in the afternoon. Saturday, around 50 as our high, 57 and sunny on Sunday. Are you kidding? Wonderful. And then next week, we start off with the mid-50s on Monday and Tuesday. Anthony.
Yeah, I like the timing on that sunshine. Thank you, Caitlin. Appreciate it. All right, officials at St. Anthony Hospital say a data breach earlier this year exposed the personal info of patients and staff. The Sun-Times says a small number of employee accounts were hacked back in February. The hospital hasn't been notified yet of any patients affected, but says that it will contact anyone whose info was leaked ASAP. The hospital says it is now working with a cybersecurity firm to investigate and zero in on exactly who is at risk. In the meantime, patients can place fraud alerts or security freezes on their credit files.
An uptick in ultra-processed food has scientists warning of a growing global health threat. A series of papers published in The Lancet links ultra-processed food to conditions like obesity and diabetes, as well as depression and gastrointestinal diseases. The report finds more than half of Americans' daily calories include ultra-processed foods, and sales of the products grew to $1.9 trillion in 2023.
Cases of infant botulism linked to ByHeart formula climbed to 31 cases across 15 different states. The affected ByHeart products were recalled last week. However, investigators say many are still on store shelves. Health officials now warning parents to stop using any ByHeart formula and seek help if your baby shows symptoms. One of the main ones to look out for is difficulty swallowing.
The flu season, unfortunately, could be the worst we've seen in years.
Medical experts concerned about a new, more dangerous variant that is spreading right now. Let's check in with who is here in studio with what we need to know here. Gabby?
Natalie, Anthony, we're already seeing cases of H3N2K in the United States, but in other parts of the world, it's worse. Outbreaks in both the United Kingdom and Canada are sending people to the hospital. Some common symptoms are similar to the flu viruses. There's going to be fever, cough, runny nose, fatigue, muscle aches, and chills. But this virus tends to make those symptoms a lot more severe, especially in children and the elderly. Although the strain is spreading here in the U.S., it's hard to know if it accounts for most of the cases we're seeing because during the 44-day government shutdown, the CDC wasn't tracking cases. Health officials say the virus acquired 7 new mutations over the summer. That means it formed after the latest flu vaccine was formulated. But this doesn't mean you shouldn't get the vaccine. The CDC says the shot does offer some protection, even though it's not a perfect match against the virus. Natalie?
Gabriella, thank you so much. All right, Jake is live where, Anthony?
Oh my gosh, he's getting us into the holiday spirit. He is getting us in. Well, he's with. Okay, are those elves? You got Santa's helpers right with you, Jake?
Well, I got a good-looking collection of people with the best Christmas sweaters in Chicago, and it's because we're bringing you a preview of really kind of the official holiday kickoff for Chicago. We're going to bring you a preview of the Wintrust Mag Mile Lights Festival when Good Day Chicago returns.
We'll be right back.
You guys were too good at that. I don't like it.
You're watching.
Okay, everybody, the Wintrust Mag Mile Lights Festival is kicking off the holiday season this weekend.
And we hear there are going to be a lot of some very special guests there. Jake is live at McCormick Place this morning with the man himself.
What?
That's right, guys. We don't play around on Good Day Chicago. We bring nothing but the big names. And, you know, normally it's actors and directors, but you know what? Forget that. Today, we got the big guy. Santa, how are we feeling, man?
Feeling great.
Are you ready for this weekend?
I am so ready. There is no place I'd rather kick off the Christmas season.
And no other reporter you'd rather kick it off with, you said?
Oh, did I say that?
Yeah, it sounded like you wanted to say it. Sounded like a thing. Your favorite reporter in Chicago. Santa, I love you, buddy. We're going to come back around in just a second. But first, we got to talk with Kimberly. Kimberly, this is, for a lot of people, kind of that marker of holiday season is kicking off in Chicago. For people who've never come out to this festival, for the parade, for the lights, tell people what they can expect.
Well, they're going to get an incredible experience this year. Like the other 33 years, this is our 34th annual.
Wow.
We've got new floats, new talent, new experiences. But most of all, it's just an incredible family day. You know, it's this beautiful time to come together to kick off the holiday spirit. You just talked to Santa. We'll have photos with Santa. We'll have the whole day planned. Everything is free. You know, our sponsors, Wintrust, Chicagoland Kia, and the state of Illinois, Enjoy Illinois. So much happening, and it's a beloved tradition for everyone here.
I got to ask really quick. We're looking at one of the beautiful floats behind you. This is one of, what, 40 floats that are going to be a part of the parade?
We've got 40 floats, and we've got incredible talent. So we've got Plain White Tees this year, DJ White Shadow, the Leo High School Choir is going to be featured.
Yeah,
so such
We
great
love
stuff.
them.
Yeah.
All right, Kimberly, thank you so much. All right, guys, we want to talk about the impact that this is going to have on our area. We're here with Katie. Katie, I got to ask.
Okay.
I got to ask, what's Abe doing here?
Well, yeah, I guess you weren't probably expecting to see.
People say I have a big head, but
Abe Lincoln has this is Big Lincoln to be exact. So he's the mascot for the Illinois Office of Tourism. This is Big Lincoln. He's about 6 feet tall today.
Come on.
Okay, at the parade on Saturday, we're going to have a 35-foot balloon of Abe Lincoln, so like 6 times the size of this guy right here.
That's fantastic.
So, yes.
And this is such a great, I was reading that it's the biggest nighttime parade in the country, which, you know, anything to add to make Chicago be even bigger on the map than it already is. It's so great for our area.
It is. So we're expecting about 1 million people to attend the parade, yes. And there are still hotel rooms available, so people can book a room if they'd like to be right there on the Magnificent Mile. And it'll be syndicated across the country, so people can watch it everywhere. So the exposure and bringing the magic of Chicago, the state of Illinois, to homes across the country, you can't beat that. Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be amazing. Congratulations. Guys, how are we feeling?
Great.
Feeling good. All right, guys, I got to circle back around to the big man himself. As we toss it back to the studio, Santa, I got to ask, I know you've kind of been keeping an eye on us all year long. How's Natalie Bomke looking?
Looking pretty good. I think she's going to make it. Just keep your toys cleaned up and keep eating your vegetables, okay?
There you go,
Keep the toys cleaned up. All right, I got to ask Anthony Ponce. I know he was the one that you kind of you did the Emperor and Gladiator, and the thumb was kind of starting to go down. How's Anthony Ponce looking?
You know, he's working hard, and we're very proud of him at the North Pole, and we think he's going to make it. But
thank you, Santa. Thank you, Santa.
All right, and before we go, your favorite reporter in Chicago, how am I looking?
Nice list.
Nice list, baby.
3 for 3.
Nice list. You hear that, guys? As
3
we toss it back to you in the studio. That thumb wasn't wavering on me, Ponce. It was up.
It's a good thing. Jake, thank you so much. Santa, thank you so much. It's a good thing he didn't ask about anyone in the weather department today, because it is gray outside.
That's right. But then in the North Pole, it's probably not sunshine and rainbows all the time.
They're used to it up there.
Yeah.
That's why you got to put the heavy coat on. There's the view. That's the best we can do at 8:58. We'll be back with more Good Day right after this.
All right, welcome to Good Day Chicago in our 9 o'clock hour, everyone. Here's a look at some of the stories that we'll be following for you this morning.
Well, this morning, the man accused of setting a woman on fire on a CTA train is now facing terrorism charges. Roseanne will join us in a few minutes with a live report.
Still so much shock about that entire incident, and the more we learn, it's just so barbaric. The countdown is officially on for the Justice Department. We will break down the timeline for when they could release the Epstein files and some notable names that have already been implicated.
And get ready to make way for some bright lights on the Magnificent Mile. Jake is going to be back to give us a behind-the-scenes look at the Wintrust Magnificent Mile Lights Festival, which is going to step off this weekend.
If they can see the floats.
They will this weekend. It's going to be fine.
Speaking of which, how are things looking this weekend, Caitlin? Hopefully not like this.
As Mike just said, it's going to be fantastic this weekend. Really nice. The 50s, sunshine, dry weather expected. Today, though, we're starting off with clouds, fog. We even have some mist out there, but the temperatures are mild. Behind me, you can see satellite radar, the dense cloud cover over Chicagoland. It's not budging today. Temperatures are hardly budging, though, either. So we're in the low to mid 40s now. We're going to be in the mid to upper 40s as our high. Right now, you're stepping out the door to 44 degrees at the lakefront and O'Hare, 46 in Joliet, 45 in Gary. As mentioned, the clouds, yeah, they're going to be with us. We're fighting with those clouds, not only today, but also tomorrow. So temperatures pushing to the upper 40s today. Tonight will be quiet. Drier weather does return after today's mist that is around. And then tomorrow, temperatures back to the 50s, 51 degrees for your Friday. There's a small chance for rain, especially from Chicago Point south. And then as we work our way into the weekend, 50 degrees on Saturday with sunny skies. Sunday, 57 with sunshine. Wonderful weekend ahead. Starting off next week, Monday, 54, as well as on Tuesday. Then the mid-40s are expected to return by the middle of next week. Back to you.
A Chicago man is facing federal charges after authorities say that he set a woman on fire on a CTA train.
Roseanne has more on his lengthy criminal history, which just gives it a totally different component to what we've already heard, Roseanne.
Well, that's right. Lawrence Reed, who is 50 years old, the newest charge against him is now terrorism on mass transit. But he has also been charged in the past with setting a fire. It was over at the Thompson Center just before Governor Pritzker was supposed to hold one of his COVID briefings years ago. Since 2017, Reed has been charged numerous times with everything from criminal damage to property to possession of a controlled substance and battery for punching women in the face. Surveillance footage shows Reed buying gasoline shortly before the CTA attack Monday. And prosecutors say CTA video shows him confront the victim and pour gasoline on her. They say she tried to escape, but he caught up with her with a flaming bottle of gas and set her on fire. CTA riders say they're relieved authorities have their suspect, but still concerned.
I say I take the train every day, and to have to worry about something like that is crazy. And I'm hoping that they keep him in and they do something about it, because of course he's not the only one on the train doing stuff like this. You know, you got others. They may not be setting people on fire, but they are assaulting us women. You know, we got one guy who's walking through the loop punching women, so it's scary, and it's something that I do worry about all the time.
Now, CTA riders really concerned today. That 26-year-old victim is still in critical condition today as well. And U.S. attorneys say that Reed has had too many second chances. They're hoping this charge will put him away for life, and that is what he is facing if convicted. At Clark and Lake this morning, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
Thank you, Roseanne. We are also on top of some developing news from overnight. 2 Chicago police officers are now recovering after a crash in Gage Park.
It happened just after midnight on 51st, not far from California. Police say that a woman rear-ended the officer's squad car, which then caused him to lose control and hit a semi. Both officers were hurt, but thankfully will recover. The 22-year-old who hit them is seriously hurt and currently in custody. Her passenger is also in critical condition, but the semi driver is okay.
Well, let's take a live look over the White House this morning. President Trump has signed the bill to release the Epstein files. And now that the bill has the president's signature, the Department of Justice has 1 month, 30 days, to publish the documents in a searchable format. Last week, President Trump ordered Attorney General Pam Bondi to look into ties between Democrats specifically and convicted sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. So far, she is not saying what she found, but she did say there's new evidence. While Epstein had ties with both Democrats and Republicans, including the president, President Trump suggested Democrats will regret releasing the documents in the end, posting on Truth Social last night, quote, "This latest hoax will backfire on the Democrats just as all of the rest have."
When these files come out, and they will, it's going to shock the conscience of this country because the survivors have told us that there are a lot of people implicated.
The goal for Democrats in this one has been to get Donald Trump. And I got news for them. They're not going to get Donald Trump. They're going to get a lot of their own.
Prior to the bill signing, the emails that were released by the House Oversight Committee show Epstein had a close friendship with Governor J.B. Pritzker's cousin. Thomas Pritzker is the executive chairman of Hyatt. In one email, Epstein referred to him as being, quote, like family. Thomas Pritzker's appearance in the documents was first reported by the Chicago Maroon. It is the student newspaper of the University of Chicago, where Thomas is an alum and serves on its board of trustees. Now, the release of these emails has also led to former President Bill Clinton's Treasury Secretary Larry Summers taking a leave from his teaching position at Harvard University and resigning from OpenAI's board. According to a 2020 Harvard report, Epstein donated more than $9 million to the university before he pleaded guilty to sex crimes in 2008. He died by suicide in jail in 2019. When the DOJ releases its documents on Epstein, it will include redactions to protect victims, but the agency cannot withhold information because it is embarrassing or harmful to someone's reputation. So keep that in mind. Brian?
Well, today, political officials and the family of former Vice President Dick Cheney will all say their final goodbyes.
Cheney died earlier this month from health complications. Several political figures are expected to attend the service at the Washington National Cathedral, with planned tributes from former president and Cheney's running mate George W. Bush, as well as his daughter, former Congresswoman Liz Cheney. Former President Joe Biden is also expected to attend. President Donald Trump, however, is not expected to be there.
Well, tomorrow, President Donald Trump says that he will meet with New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani. He defeated the former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo in the mayoral race earlier this month. Trump has slammed Mamdani, labeling the Democratic Socialist as a communist. He also threatened to deport him. He was born in Uganda and also pull funding from the city of New York. Mamdani has been a prominent critic of the president. He is set to take office on January 1st. Where government data shows that black mothers face a rate of maternal mortality 3 times higher than their white counterparts. And local data shows some similar disparities here in Illinois.
Obviously, we're getting this data right after we had that story about a woman who was discharged from a hospital in active labor. Cook County Commissioner and congressional candidate Donna Miller has launched a free doula program to address the issue. Now, she joined Fox 32's The Chicago Report to talk about the effort. This is some of the video from the incident I was just talking about here. That viral video that we've been reporting on, where a black woman was discharged from the Indiana hospital, Franciscan, while in active labor. She ended up having the baby on the side of the road in their truck. Miller said that mother was lucky she made it because many women like her do not. But Miller says these kinds of situations can be prevented with more attentive care. She says the doula program she launched is aimed at lowering disparities.
That is to help to eliminate these disparities. Doulas are mid-level providers that can be with you throughout your pregnancy journey at any point. And what it does is going to help someone, advocate for themselves, empower the family to advocate, but mostly it also lets physicians and the healthcare system know that someone else is there that can help address some of these issues. Maybe if she would have had a doula with her at that time, they would have said, no, you do not need to be discharged.
It's worth noting that Commissioner Miller has a background in the medical field. She says that she had a negative birthing experience herself 22 years ago, where she was questioned over whether she was soliciting drugs.
She says those sorts of experiences are common for pregnant black women. So obviously she's trying to tamp that down. The government shutdown ended a week ago, but some TSA officers say they still do not have their full paychecks yet.
Lawmakers are introducing a bill that would pay federal airport workers during future shutdowns.
I need Congress to take action. If there is another shutdown, I want to make sure air traffic controllers get paid. I think that would go a long way for both Republicans and Democrats to take this off the table.
The proposal would fund salaries, operating expenses, and other FAA programs by tapping into a little-used $2.6 billion fund. It would provide enough funding to keep the FAA operating for 4 to 6 weeks. Also new this morning, the Illinois Commerce Commission is slashing a proposed $124 million NICOR gas rate increase. The ruling reducing the hike by $146.5 million. That translates to an average of about $4.25 a month. That change will start in January. Well, the 59th annual CMA Awards took over Nashville.
And Lainey Wilson ran the show, being the third woman to host solo, following in the footsteps of Dolly and Reba.
I got the red, he got the flavor. Yeah, hit the road, won't be some Jerry.
Well, not only did she host the show, she also won the top prize, being named Entertainer of the Year. That's not all. She also won Album of the Year for Whirlwind and more. Female Vocalist of the Year for a 4th time. Other winners include Cody Johnson, Male Vocalist of the Year, Brooks and Dunn, not doing the boot scoot boogie this time, Vocal Duo of the Year, and Zach Top took home the trophy for New Artist of the Year.
Awesome outfits there, too.
Yes.
I'm looking like, okay, girl. Yeah, looks good. And congratulations to her and all the winners last night. It looks like remote work options are sticking around.
Coming up next, we're speaking to a local consultant about why offices are keeping those options and helping them keep their workforce. That's next.
At Ashley's.
Welcome back. Time now 9:14. Live look outside. Some gray and cloudy skies. Caitlin was telling us earlier, though, we'll get some sunshine this weekend. Well, the new report says both remote and hybrid jobs are here to stay. The Chicago Tribune released a report that showed that employers who embraced work from home options, they have less turnover. Here to dive into this discussion is local tech hiring and consulting expert and senior regional director of Robert Half, Thomas Vick. Welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Now, back during the pandemic, there was just a huge boom in working remotely. Then it kind of felt like companies were trying to lure people back into the office. So where do things currently stand between, I guess, working in the office and maybe that hybrid options?
Right now, we're seeing it actually start to transition more and more towards hybrid. I think companies are realizing that there's a few advantages to going hybrid, and that is it can help you attract top talent that might be on the market. It helps with retention, and a lot of times it can help with the actual morale and the overall culture of the organization. And so with that, we're starting to see more and more companies that are now starting to get candidates more hybrid and maybe a little bit less in the office.
What do you think is so attractive and leads to the less turnover when providing this option compared to, hey, we need you in the office 5 days a week?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is if they're going to be in the office, it needs to be with a purpose. If people see that there's a purpose to being in the office those days, and there's anchor days or there's learning days where it's more beneficial, then they tend to be more agreeable to it. But by allowing for that flexibility, a lot of times they feel like they're more productive. They don't have to worry about the commute as much. And again, it helps with the overall morale and culture of the organization.
Now, we know a lot of employees love the hybrid option. What are maybe some of the drawbacks on both the employee side? Could it lead to maybe less promotions because you don't have as much face time, or other maybe things that aren't really great about the hybrid option?
I think one of the biggest things is sometimes it is out of sight, out of mind. And sometimes just learning. I mean, depending upon what the environment is, sometimes there's more that's caught than taught. And so depending upon the type of work environment, people learn from that aspect of it. So I think it requires a really high level of open communication from both parties to really understand what is the person trying to accomplish and how could that remote environment possibly hamper them from what they're looking to do in their career, or how do they prove that they can be as efficient in that remote environment as what they have been when they're in the office.
Now, we know that AI is continuing to grow, so what do you predict that this workforce landscape is going to look like maybe even 3 to 5 years down the road?
Yeah, that's always the big question right now. I wish I had the crystal ball to tell you for sure, but the thing that I can tell you we're seeing right now is AI is not replacing jobs. MIT did some research and found that really only 5% of skills would be replaced by AI at this time. And so really what we're doing is we're seeing it supplement jobs, and we're seeing that executives they're embracing it from the aspect of not necessarily replacing people, but instead, how do you create an ROI and create value to your people and the work that they're doing using AI, are tending to find much more benefits to it and having more success.
If somebody is maybe looking for a new gig, could they use working remotely or hybrid as a strategy for maybe getting those extra benefits?
Absolutely. I think if they can be open to a hybrid environment, be open to getting in the office more, sometimes that can command a higher salary. I mean, we see at times it's even a 10% higher salary for people that are willing to go into the office 3 or more days a week. And so it can definitely be beneficial if they're open to it.
All right, Thomas Vick, thanks so much for your tips, and hopefully getting more people to kind of embrace working hybrid. Thanks again.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, still ahead this morning, someone is finally telling us why younger people are so into subtitles. The Associated Press breaks down the new poll, and then the doomsday clock is starting to count down. Scientists are kicking off talks about whether it's time to change the time. They're going to tell us what goes into that decision. Plus, he is called the teen translator. I'm sure a lot of parents could use this one. Dr. Cam Caswell is going to give us some advice to help parents better communicate with their teens. All of that and much more coming up at the top of the hour at 10 o'clock on Chicago Now. We'll be right back.
Goodman.
All right, everyone, here's a live look outside. Yes, it's another gloomy day out there. We hope it's at least starting off okay for you. We've got plenty ahead to make you smile today. You know, November is Family Literacy Month, and this morning, Education Couture is reaffirming that mission to help families read together. That's such an important difference, right? Several initiatives this month that they have, and a special event on Saturday. So let's talk about it. The founder of Education Couture, Rakaya Ross, and Carter Matthews, aka DJ Carter the Kid. Boom, boom, boom. In the house. Joining me right now to tell us more about it. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. Of course, Rakaya, I want to start with you because this is all a part of your vision. Tell us more about your mission of your organization to make learning rewarding, transformative, and stylish.
Yes. So essentially, our mission in a nutshell is to make school cool and tying it to things like music, art, and fashion.
Yeah.
So we have done that in different ways. We created reading music. We now have our Lux Learner by Education Couture line launching.
Nice.
As a prize line for reading. It's a reading incentivized program, and the prizes will be the clothing.
My, have we come from you read and then you get a pizza.
I was a book it.
This is great.
Yeah, that was me. So I asked some of my students, would they read for a pizza? And they're like, I mean, I guess.
Step
and I'm
it
like,
up.
Would you read for a hoodie? And they're like, oh, yeah. So, yeah.
Carter, is this stuff stylish to you?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take it from you because you seem like a pretty stylish kid yourself. Tell me a little bit about why you got on board with this.
Well,
Well, he learned how to read using the program when he was in kindergarten. So he's been in the Education Couture world for some time. And over the summer, his dad mentioned that he's now getting into DJing.
Gotcha.
So when this event came up, I'm like, wait, hold on, let me go back to my old 2T and, you know, bring him on, you know, back into the fold because we're having this whole family literacy. It's a family event, and he's Carter the Kid DJ. He can be on the ones and twos, and this is actually his DJ debut. He's a little nervous, guys. So he, you know, he's in his mindset trying to get it right. But yeah, so he actually learned how to read using our program.
Okay, all right. So what are your favorite songs? What are some of the things you're gonna spin for everybody this weekend?
A bunch of Kendrick.
Okay, all right. They not like us. Okay, all right.
And Drake.
Oh, okay. You both do both of them?
Yeah.
All right. Listen, it's about time we have some harmony in the world, okay? If we can do that, tell us a little bit more about Saturday's event.
Okay, so the event is on Saturday. It's from 1 to 4 p.m. It's at Burst Into Books, a quaint little bookstore in Roseland in the heart of like the South Side. And the event is all about fun and just story time. We're gonna feature 2 authors, Chicago-based authors. Small Girl with Big Emotions is one of the books. And then I'm a Kid, the author, will be there to read his book. It's a Chicago-based book. And then we'll have Carter on the ones and twos spinning. We'll be featuring our reading music. And then we'll be launching our Lux Learner Vocabulary Word Bank Challenge.
Awesome.
Yeah.
We have 1 minute left, so I need you to tell me a little bit about what I have around me.
Okay, so what you're looking at on the easel is our art tool that we often have our families make at our Makers Lab. And that is essentially featuring the 44 sounds of English. So the phonemes. So it really, phonemic awareness is the single greatest indicator of future reading ability. So we start there. We really hone in on the phonemes. So they make those tools and then they learn the sounds. And then we just kind of have the clothing on display, what's going to be available, the prizes. And I want to mention, these clothes were designed in Chicago by the Education Couture team, but they were cut and sewn overseas where some of your favorite, I won't name drop, favorite designers were made. So they are luxury.
Get that info in the break.
Yes. They're luxury items. So we wanted the kids to feel like they were getting something luxury. So the suggested retail value of the hoodie is $444. The suggested retail value of this cardigan I'm also modeling today is $555, but they win it. They win these prizes.
Walking in luxury.
Exactly.
Right.
They're really Lux Learners by Education Couture, truly. We're turning them into word millionaires. And they're going to look like word millionaires when we're done with this.
I absolutely love the whole concept. And I think, you know, know, it's that rich education makes you rich, you know? And so thank you so much for what you're doing for a whole new generation, getting much more than pizzas these days, but I love it, you know? I love it. We got to step things up for our next generation.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here. Anything else that we need to know about upcoming things?
Just about our Lux Learner Challenge is launching on luxlearner.com. You can go and sign up, and we're having 150 beta testers because the official launch is in back to school season in August.
All right.
Yeah.
We can get them ready now.
Yeah.
It takes you a ways. All right. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having us.
DJ Carter the Kid, I look forward to seeing you spinning for many years to come.
Okay.
All right. 9:26, everybody. We'll be right back.
Take a live look right now inside the Washington National Cathedral this morning, where political officials are arriving there to say their final goodbyes to former Vice President Dick Cheney. There are planned tributes from former presidents and Cheney's running mate, George W. Bush, as well as his daughter, former Congresswoman Liz Cheney. Former President Joe Biden is also expected to attend. President Donald Trump, though, is not expected to attend.
And let's give you a live look outside now as we bring things back here at home. We've had clouds out there predominantly this morning. Mike Kaplan, when are they going to clear out for some sunshine?
You say predominantly, I say annoyingly. Yeah, look, I think it's going to stay cloudy, drizzle right on through tonight. Tomorrow, maybe some breaks in the cloud cover, but at least temperatures are fairly mild for this time of year. We're looking at mid-40s across much of Chicagoland now, 45 at Midway, Gary, the lakefront, 44 at Aurora. Woodstock, 42. We've got 43 at Michigan City, and it's 44 in Morris. Visibility in miles or fractions thereof, kind of 2 to 3 across most of the area. Looks like DeKalb has the lowest visibility there at the airport, a quarter mile. Watch out, there may be some low visibilities in a few spots here, especially river valleys and such. 47 for the high today, cloudy and cool. There will be some occasional fog and drizzle. Not a lot of wind out there. Tonight, temperatures kind of flatline, low to mid 40s. Won't be very windy, and I think the drizzle machine should be shutting off. Now let's look at the 7-day forecast. Low 50s tomorrow. There's a chance of a couple of showers south of I-80 tomorrow afternoon, evening. Most of Chicagoland, nothing. And I'm favoring a little bit of sunshine from the city and points north. Beautiful weekend on the way, mid to upper 50s Sunday for the Bears game. And then a chance of some showers Monday night into Tuesday with highs in the mid 40s, followed by a little bit of a cool down as we head into Thanksgiving. I've got a photo to share with you. Big buck in Oak Brook. David Bernotis gives us a look at, I think we're looking at maybe a 10-pointer there, but that's a cool shot there, David. Thank you for sharing that with us. You can send your pictures in via the Fox 32 weather app. Nita, Brian, back to you.
Well, time is now 9:31 this morning. A Chicago man is facing federal terrorism charges after authorities say he set a woman on fire on a CTA train.
Roseanne has more on his lengthy criminal history, Roseanne, that's now being kind of laid out for all to see.
Yes, it is. 50-year-old Lawrence Reed has one long list of arrests, and that has CTA writers asking why he wasn't in jail. Since 2017, he has been charged with everything from setting a fire over at the Thompson Center to criminal damage to property, to possession of a controlled substance, and battery for punching women in the face. In this most recent incident, surveillance footage shows Reed buying gasoline shortly before the CTA attack. And prosecutors say CTA video shows him confronting the victim and pouring gas on her. They say she tried to escape, but he caught up with her using a flaming bottle to set her on fire. The 26-year-old victim continues fighting for her life today.
Lawrence Reed had no business being on the streets given his violent criminal history and his pending criminal cases. Reed had plenty of second chances by the criminal justice system, and as a result, you have an innocent victim in the hospital fighting for her life. Because of the swift action of CPD, ATF, and our law enforcement partners, there will be no other chances for Mr. Reed.
Now, this crime was particularly heinous, but CTA riders say they face threats on trains every day and are very worried about security. Reed now faces a life sentence if he is convicted of this crime. At Clark and Lake, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
Roseanne, thank you. So many different things to be talked about in more depth in terms of things that need to be addressed to prevent something like that from happening again. Some restaurants around Chicago have received one of the culinary industry's top honors. We're going to celebrate them a little later this hour.
Plus, olive oil can be extremely versatile, and our next guest is showing us all the ways it can be used. We're talking to the owner of Shanty and Lonely Olive Skincare. That's coming up on the other side of the break.
This
I am excited about our next guest, even if the weather today is a clunker. Olives can be used in so many different ways, and our next guest is an expert in making olive oil a multi-purpose product. Would you say that that's true?
We try to do the best we can with everything we can.
This is Dimitri Kalianis. He is a chef, restaurateur, skincare producer, and an all-right good slow dancer, too, I bet, Dimitri. And he joins us this morning in the studio. First of all, Dimitri, thanks. This is a fantastic spread here. We're going to try and talk about everything. But how do you know so much about olive oil? And maybe give us a little bit of the background. This is a real kind of a family thing for you, going back to Greece, yeah?
Thanks for having me first. And yes, my father was born in Sparta, Greece, in the Mount Thaitos area, which is the historic district of Sparta. And our family's been in the olive oil business for about 200 years. We were selling to the Italians and doing a bunch of stuff. Back in 2009, I went back to Greece, cut all of our leases, started a bottling company, and now we are bringing our family's organic, extra virgin, mountain-grown Spartan olive oil directly from the source to the United States.
Straight here to the U.S. from the old country.
Yeah.
All right, and this is Lonely Olive Tree Organics, and then you also have like a skincare line here. But tell us about the benefits of olive oil.
Yeah, so our company is called Lonely Olive Tree Organics because our original grove is called Monahilya, which means the lonely olive grove. It sits in the top of the mountains.
Okay.
And we produce that, and we take the other second pressing, and we produce all-natural olive oil skincare. So this company here, Nota, we do bar soaps with Midwest farmer ingredients. I'm Greek-American, so we have our Midwest farmers.
Well, tell us about the name Nota, because that's special to your family.
Nota is my grandmother's name and also my sister's name.
Okay, so you're
named
honoring
after
them.
both of them. Honoring both of them, so we do 100% natural skincare, body scrubs, lotions, bunch of cool stuff. So we're selling in Europe now, California, around the U.S., so that's all getting
Lots of locations.
going.
This is all for the outside of your body. You also put olive oil to good use for the inside with your cuisine. You've got a restaurant empire there in Northern Lake County, the Shanty, Wadsworth Inn, cute little place called the Duck Inn also. But you brought some fantastic items here. Why don't you give us a run through here of what you've made and where each dish is available in your restaurants?
Great. So our family owns restaurants between Chicago and Milwaukee on Route 41 in Wadsworth, Illinois. Shanty, Captain Porky's, Wadsworth Inn, and the Duck Inn down the hill. It's a little tavern. And olive oil is part of our life. We use it at home, we use it at my father's farm, and we incorporate as many dishes as we possibly can.
Because it's healthy. I mean, we all hear about the Mediterranean diet, and then the olive oil is like the star.
For sure.
Yep.
And same thing, why would you put olive oil on your skin if you can't put it in your body? And it's the same thing. So it's all natural. Right here we have our rustic salmon with some pesto and some vine charred tomatoes. This is available at Wadsworth Inn. This is a seafood boil with lobster, crab, crawfish, shrimp, corn, potatoes, Old Bay, bunch of good stuff in there. Hot links. You can get this at Captain Porky's or Wadsworth Inn.
Okay.
This is our goat cheese wontons, roasted chili sauce with
These are fantastic. You know I love those. Yeah.
Did those on Food Network a couple times, which is really great. This is, we do fresh salads at Captain Porky's. So these are just 4 of our 12 salads. We have artichoke salad, conch, the seashell you hear the ocean in salad, grilled octopus salad, beet salad.
Are people afraid of octopus? I mean, when I have octopus, I'm like, man, that's really good. And I know it's like a staple in the Greek diet, but do you find people are reluctant to go there? Oh, it's octopus.
I think the Mediterranean diet has become so popular now globally, and it's, in my opinion, the best way to eat. I think octopus is such a staple of that, and I think it's becoming more, seen on menus now in the U.S.
It's got to be prepared right, otherwise it does,
Spanish octopus is the best.
All right, what do we have here?
This is a 9-hour braised pork acebuco with a red wine demi-glaze and fresh thyme. This is available at the Shanty, double bone, really nice.
Beautiful.
This is whipped burrata. It's got a nice little kick to it, made with our olive oil, charred tomatoes, little balsamic. We like to char all of our bread, which is really nice for that, and that's also available at the Shanty. We have lamb lollipops.
These are fantastic. There's a little tzatziki sauce under there.
Tzatziki sauce on there. Make that in-house. Grilled lemon, herbs, melt in your mouth. Great. And these are filet mignon sliders with caramelized onion, whipped feta, bacon marmalade. Those are available at Wadsworth Inn.
Do you get 3 to an order? Is that how this is all presented there? What, like for maybe somebody who's coming to one of your restaurants the first time, let's say they go to the Shanty, what do you want to make sure that they get? What would be like for the starter item here? Make sure you get that, this, and that. What would you say?
The menu changes all the time. So our staples, though, our whiskey shrimp is amazing. We did that on Food Network also, kind of made us very popular. Just kind of explore. You know, we have new menus coming out in February. We got the holiday seasons, events, bar. It's a very wild shantytown thing, we call it, and you can kind of experience a lot of different foods and old clad wood and beams and bells.
It is a spectacular, you know, interior. It's wonderful. You know, it's just a shame that you can't get breakfast there, Dimitri.
Yeah, so we do breakfast at the Shanty on Sundays.
But wait, there's more.
March 2nd, we've partnered with a bunch of local farms, Lake Forest, Temple Farms, and Old Mill Creek, and we are doing a farm-to-table breakfast at Wadsworth Inn, Mondays through Saturdays, 8 to 12. And
this starts when? In March?
March 2nd, Monday,
Okay.
March 2nd, 6 days a week. Not on Sundays because you got to go to the Shanty, so got to keep it fair. You know?
Okay, that's
But you'll
fine.
be able to get breakfast, lunch, and dinner on the corner now between Chicago and Milwaukee in Wadsworth, Illinois.
All right, give us again, where can folks find out more information about Lonely Olive Tree and Nota? Where can they buy these items? I know they've got a store set up there in your restaurants too, but where can we get these kind of?
So you can go to Lonely Olive Tree, thelonelyolivetree.com. We're in 15,000 locations in the U.S., so we sell to Cisco and Performance and Jewel Osco in Chicagoland, Mariano's, Woodman, Sunset Foods. And then for our
Can't get into any places, can you, Dimitri?
Yeah, we're very fortunate. And our notaskincare.com is also 50-state direct shipping for the holidays, great gifts for the holidays. And now we're starting in Europe as well there, and you'll start seeing salons, different places already. So,
are you going to be open on Thanksgiving? I already know the answer, but tell the people.
We are closed Thanksgiving, but we are doing Thanksgiving to-go orders. You can place them by Monday night at midnight. Everything is packed, fully cooked, cold. Really great sides, and that's available for pickup at the Shanty Wednesday night before Thanksgiving.
Outstanding. Dimitri, wonderful. Can't wait to dip into some of these delicious offerings there, and you'll be seeing me there at your restaurant.
We're hooking up your whole staff here. Everybody here, the whole team with Olive, skincare, food. We're going to feed you good, all right?
You hear that? Anita Blanton already screaming for joy there.
Greek hospitality. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for having us.
Dimitri, that's fantastic. Thanks for coming in here, and we will be right back with more of Good Day after this.
At Postmaster.
9:46, so we wanted to take you back inside the National Cathedral here in Washington, D.C. this morning as they prepare to say their final goodbyes to former Vice President Dick Cheney. You can see that first row is now full. The Bushes are there. The Bidens are there, and the last two vice presidents as we get ready to lay to rest a vice president. Kamala Harris and Mike Pence are both there as well. So these political officials just having arrived here as they get ready to pay tribute to former Vice President Dick Cheney. His daughter also will be paying tribute to him as well, former Congresswoman Liz Cheney. We're going to bring you the latest information on air throughout the morning on what's going on there.
Well, time is now 9:47 this morning. NASA is releasing pictures of the third interstellar comet discovered in our solar system. Imaging services aboard NASA's Mars spacecraft spotted and photographed it last month. The comet will be closest to Earth on December the 19th, and NASA says you may be able to see it with binoculars or a telescope. Well, the Wintrust Magnificent Mile Lights Festival is kicking off the holiday season this weekend.
I love that little graphic with a ching.
Very holiday.
I love it, yeah. We hear that they are going to have some very special guests there, more than just Jake. I mean, Jake is a special guest.
Well, he had Santa in the last ad. I mean,
he did. Yeah, he's at McCormick Place this morning with it all.
That's right, guys. You know it's a big event when the big man himself shows up. We got Santa. I know him. Santa, how you feeling? He's feeling great, he said. He's feeling great. He's looking great. And he's probably feeling great because he knows we have a pretty epic event, the Wintrust Mag Mile Lights Festival. We know it's happening this Saturday, but we thought we'd take you behind the scenes as they're starting to get ready. We're here with Wendy, who's going to tell us all about it. Wendy, for a lot of people, this is really kind of their official kickoff to the holiday season, right?
Absolutely. It's definitely the kickoff to the season, and we're so excited to be part of it. And it's a great event that everybody can come join because it's free and come from near and far. It's wonderful. Very happy, very joyful.
You know, the numbers behind this are pretty unreal. But it's about 1 million lights, 200 trees along Michigan Avenue. I mean, we're looking at a beautiful float behind you, but you guys, what, about 40 different floats, really?
There will be a lot of floats, absolutely, in the parade. I mean, this is the grand finale float, but there will be tons of floats and entertainment and all kinds of wonderful, happy things going on. The parade kicks off at 5:30 on Saturday, but during the day, there's all kinds of holiday-related activities with the festival in Lights Festival Lane. We will be having the big guy at a photo booth where you can come and get a photo from Wintrust, and we're also going to have a special promotion that day. And there's just really lots of great things happening for everybody to enjoy.
And you know, guys, I have it on good authority that Santa has a device that you can put your finger on, and he tells you whether you're on the naughty or the nice list. Have you done it yet?
Yes, and I was nice.
Of course you were, Wendy. What? I have no other surprises. Now, listen, I've also heard that you know, over the course of 40 floats, 1 million people coming out on Saturday, some pretty cool talent as well, right?
Yeah, there's some really amazing talent coming. You'll be like rocking your socks for sure.
Well, what if I told you guys, thank you, Wendy, that we actually have the man, the myth, the legend himself, Tom Higginson, Plain White Tees. Tom, good to see you again, man. Good to see you. First of all, I'm so happy, like, just being home for you. This has got to be, I know you perform all over the world, but being here, what's that? That's got to be like just a homecoming for you.
I mean, we literally just got home from tour, so it feels so good to be back and to be able to play something like this and get all festive and show up for Chicago. It's the best.
Now, you guys have your own float in the backdrop there, which is pretty incredible. But in addition to being a part of the parade, you guys are going to have a show a little bit earlier in the day as well.
So we're playing at 1 o'clock, acoustic set. The whole band is in town. We're going to do that at, was it Pioneer?
Yeah, it's going to be the Lights Festival Lane at Pioneer Court.
So we're doing that at 1, and then, yeah, we're going to be a part of the parade. We're going to be on the float playing, you know, cruising down Michigan Avenue.
Love that. You said the other boys are getting in tomorrow?
They're coming in tomorrow, yeah. So we'll all be here. It's going to be awesome, man.
Now, listen, if one of them doesn't make it,
we'll call you for sure.
I mean, I feel look
to take over vocals. I don't know. I'm getting a little hoarse. You know,
dude. How do you improve upon perfection, my friend?
Oh, come on,
Tom, we love you. Thank you for always supporting us, man. We appreciate you. Good to see you, man. Congratulations on everything, dude. Good to see you. All right, guys. It is the Wintrust Mag Mile Lights Festival. 1 million people coming out to kick off the holiday season, and you know what? It is all wrapping up with the big guy up there. Santa, how am I looking this year?
Fantastic.
Fantastic, he said. How's my hair?
Your hair is perfect.
Perfect, he said. Naughty or nice list?
Nice list.
Nice list, he said. All right, guys, on that note, you heard it from the big man himself. We're going to toss it back to you guys in the studio.
Of course, Jake talks directly to Santa.
He's got
with a plan.
He's got that connection.
That relationship, right?
All right, giving you a live look out before we go to break. It's not looking like Christmas out there just yet.
Well, we'll take the gray skies for now, right? At least it's not snow.
That's right.
There you go.
I'm not ready for that yet.
We'll be right back.
Fox.
The prestigious Michelin Awards for Outstanding Restaurants were announced last night.
Yes, they were. While we know Alinea was downgraded from a prestigious 3 stars to 2, which means they're still great. 2 new restaurants got upgraded. Chicago's Filipino fine dining restaurant and bakery, Kasama, which frequently draws lines.
It's been on my list.
Lines, yeah, around the block for its breakfast and lunch, received a 2nd star on Wednesday, so congratulations to them. And it now joins the ranks of Alinea, Ever, and Oriole as Chicago's 2-star rated spots.
Well, Feld, which is a tasting menu restaurant located in the Ukrainian Village, opened last year. It was honored with its first Michelin star. It also earned a Green Star, awarded to restaurants for their sustainability efforts.
All right, what makes the Feld story so impressive is that it did not open to the best reviews in 2024, but chef Jake Potashnik didn't let that stop him from achieving his dream. Feld's journey chasing a Michelin star is currently profiled on a new streaming series. What's it take to win a Michelin star?
The stars are maybe the ultimate culinary accolade, or famously anonymous inspectors are working on the ground. You know, they are anonymous to fairly assess the quality of the restaurants, focusing on the cuisine.
I did not know this, right?
Okay.
In case you did not know, the Michelin Guide is owned by the French tire company, would have never equated fine dining in tires, but it came about to encourage motorists to drive more, visit restaurants and sites, and also boost car sales and tire purchases. The more you know, right?
Absolutely.
All right, let's send it upstairs to Studio 32, where Chicago Now is getting ready to kick off.
All right, you three. Caitlin, question for you. Do you put subtitles on when you watch shows? Okay.
Jake just blew my mind speaking of watching shows about this new show on Netflix, and I'm a little traumatized.
It has to do with the doomsday clock.
And we're talking about it.
Yeah, the bulletin of the atomic scientists, they're deliberating on the doomsday clock, okay? We're going to learn all about what it means, how it works, and also talk about this subtitle trend.
Yeah,
Jake Hamilton's just trying to get into our shot here.
So bad.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun in the next hour.
I use them. Young people use them, I guess. We're talking
Not just
about
for
why.
not just for the old folks. We'll be right back with Chicago Now
Jake,
at
relax.
10.